Okay, good enough. I'm gonna have to start doing this more often at some point. Hee. Pre-release weekend, such a fun time to get new boxes. Actually, give me a second here. Okay, yeah, we should be good. Okay, so yes, I has in my hot little paws here a booster box of Streets of New Capenna. I actually went for a set booster box this time. And they are, the packs are a little smaller and there's a few less packs in them, but people generally say that the value of them is a lot better than in a draft booster box, so I figured I would give this a try. Jax is the troublemaker. Let's see if any of these, as usual, I'm using Skyfox Games because, well, local gaming store, etc. Ooh, the troublemaker. And my general rule of thumb is whatever site you use, whether it's this or Card Kingdom or TCG Player or whatever, choose somewhere that's going to give you consistent pricing. TCGplayer.com. I'll open them up too. Jaxus the troublemaker. Not listed for this one. Okay. Well, if we go based on the price of the standard version for the, for the buy a box promo, it's a $3 card. Foil is $7.20. This is going to be printed more often. I just realized I need more light. There we go. So, I don't know, probably like $4 or something. But, what does this say on here? 30 boosters. And I believe it's a pack of 12. Which, to be fair, a 12 pack, this is, they used to actually do booster packs of various sizes back in the day. There we go. That's a little bit more gooder. Good Lord. I want to say Antiquities and Arabian Nights were packs of 8. I know Fallen Empires was a pack of 8. I believe Homelands or Alliances, and I think it's Homelands, was a pack of 12. What are you? Huh. So apparently, whoops, this is how they're doing the box toppers. Extended art. $3 card. Nope, this is not extended art. This is alternate art. Huh. Let's see if TCG Player lists anything for you. Oops. Gala Green. Whoops, Greeters. No. Interesting. Usually by now TCG Player, if you can't find them elsewhere, has got something. This is an alternate art. And oh, that thing. Okay, yeah. So don't go based on the fact that it's extended art, which it is. And this one is also foil. Foil. $6. Okay. And yeah, these should be booster packs. We and another stack. And another stack. And if you ever have got the opportunity and you don't already have one, get yourself some kind of sorting tray. I usually have something like this available for when I'm doing stuff like this, because then when I'm putting my cards away, the way I do things, I've got the commons in the back row, the uncommons in the middle, the rares and mythics in the front, and then each column is, you know, white, blue, black, red, green, and then the last is artifacts and lands, which most of the time is going to be perfectly fine. Let's start opening up our first pack. Pack number 1, open. Does it actually say on here how many cards? Yes, 12 cards. So yeah, the packs are a bit smaller, the boxes are a bit smaller, but you get more interesting stuff. And we are going to start off with an art card for Seize the Spotlight. So that stuff is going to sit off to the side here. Basic land. Unless it's like the pretty basic lands, I'm not going to bother showing them off. Ooh, oh, help. Oh my. And a treasure token. So that was the first 2 cards on the last item. Now, let's go through the rest of these things. So, Rafine's Informant comes into play at Connives. Connive is one of the new mechanics that basically says that you draw a card and discard you draw a card and discard a card, and if the card that you discard is a non-land card, the creature that has Connive gets a +1/+1 counter on it. So this is a I mean, it's a 2/2 for 2 that lets you loot and potentially be a 3/2. That sounds fairly aggressive for the right kind of deck. That in combination with Learn gives every color combination the ability to just loot through their deck, which is really nice. Rafine's Guidance. Another Griff's Boon-ish card. I can't remember what the other one is called. There's the one that also has Escape. But this is better than that, in that you only have to pay mana, and it's 1 white to give enchant creature +1/+1. And you can cast it from your graveyard for 1 white and 2. So that I expect that to be a staple in Pauper for Aura's decks going forward. Just because that, it doesn't sound like a lot of power, but the fact that it's like constant, consistent, even if your creature dies or gets exiled, they will fall off, and suddenly here you go. Here's your... And I just noticed I did not fix my titles. This is not Kamigawa Neon Dynasty anymore. Streets of New Capenna. Streets of New Capenna. Done. There we go. Deal gone bad. 4 mana, 1 black and 3 other instant. Give a creature -3/-3 till end of turn, and target player mills 3 cards. So this has got 2 targets. Remember, you have to declare both when you cast it, and as long as one of those is still legal, the card will do as much as it can, which means if the player is suddenly non-targetable, it's going to disappear. The creature will still get -3/-3. If the creature gains hexproof, the player will still mill 3 cards. So they have to make both targets illegal for that not to work at all. Capenna Express. I played in the pre-release today at my local game store. This thing is kind of scary. So it's 4 mana, 1 green, 3 other for a 6/6 vehicle with a crew of 3. And it also has the ability that you can, instead of crewing by paying, by tapping creatures, you can sack a treasure as well. And either option works. And it's a 4 mana 6/6. That thing eats a lot of things. That thing smashes through a lot of things. Torch Breath, which was also my sideboard because I had so much stuff that was playable. 1 red +2 instant. 1 red +X instant. Deals X damage to target creature or planeswalker. Can't be countered. And you pay 2 less for X if you're targeting something blue. Which means that you can pay 1 red and deal 2 damage uncounterable to a creature or planeswalker, as long as that creature or planeswalker is blue. Not bad. At least in a limited format. In constructed format, I really wish it was to any target. I probably would have paid an extra mana for it to be any target, or done it at sorcery speed. But, because that way you can use it as a finisher. Calling a Professional. So we've seen this card before in other formats. Good lord, what are you called? What are you called? I can see you. But it's basically 3 damage, in this case for 3 mana at instant speed. 3 damage to a target. Players can't gain life this... Skull Crack. Players can't gain life this turn. Damage can't be prevented this turn. It's an extra mana, but it can hit any target. Skull Crack, I believe, can only hit players, if I remember correctly. Yeah. I really should start considering throwing a bot of some sort in here, but here's Skull Crack for reference. It's 1 mana less, and it only hits players or planeswalkers. To be fair, most of the time you're trying to hit a player, but being able to hit a creature for an extra mana it's still useful. There are decks that will find a home for that. I still think Pioneer Burn, or what's it called now, the format they just introduced, Explorer on Arena, will have a use for that, which is basically Pioneer on Magic Arena at the point where, you know, basically playing only whatever's on Arena, and once they've got most of the cards on there, they'll just call it the same thing. Rafine Silencer. So it's a 3 mana 1/1. Enters battlefield, it connives, and when it dies, target creature and opponent control gets -X/-X, where X is the Silencer's power. It's fine. I don't expect that to be a big deal. And now this is where stuff gets interesting. Because in this pack, it's a 12-card pack, right? I have 4 cards that are all rares, mythics, etc. Some of which are interesting versions. Oh, sorry. I lied. I have 2. The other 2 are just alternate art. Rocco, Cabaret Caterer. He looks like such a thug that just happens to be. Yeah. So 1 green, 1 white, 1 red, plus X. For a 3/1 elf druid. Enters battlefield. If you cast it, you may search your library for a creature card with mana value X or less, put on the battlefield, and shuffle. I expect some elf decks are going to consider going Naya for EDH, based on cards like that. I'm not going to bother looking up just the alternate art. I'm just going to look up for pricing for rares and mythics. This is Botanical Plaza. Comes in a play tapped. Taps for green and white, or green or white. It's a common, but it's a really good cycle of commons, because these ones, I kind of put them at around the same level as the campuses from Strixhaven. Because in this case, you can pay the 2 colors of mana, 1 of each of the 2 colors of mana that it taps for, and 2 more. Tap and sack it to draw a card. That is a really useful ability to throw onto. That's a really useful ability to throw onto a land, because that makes sure that later in the game, you know, when you're just starting to spin your wheels and you don't have anything else to do. In this case, it's okay. Pay a green, a white to tap and sack. Replace this with the top card of my deck. I think Pauper will occasionally find a home for those. So the campuses have got lands that give us scrying. New Capenna. gives us a cycle that draw cards. Cemetery Tampering. So 3 mana. What are you? Oh god, okay. So 1 black, 2 other. Hideaway 5. So Hideaway is a mechanic that we really haven't seen since somewhere around, oh, when were you? Lorwyn era? Alara era? Something like that? What were they called? Okay. Lorwyn. So this is one of the lands from the cycle, because they were all on lands, and at that point, Hideaway, it was just called Hideaway. There was no number associated with it. New CAPENNA has turned around and said, you know what? We're going to change things slightly. Now Hideaway is going to have a number attached to it, because Hideaway before, as you might notice here, it says Hideaway, yada yada yada. When it does, look at the top 4 cards of your library. This has got a Hideaway of 5, which means now you're looking at the top 5 cards of your library. And the bit about entering tapped, that was a... because the only cards that had Hideaway were that cycle of lands, it eventually got folded into the rules for Hideaway. It just made sense. But there we go. They all enter tapped, so Hideaway just absorbed the rules that, you know, the line of text that says, hey, by the way, this enters tapped. Now this is on enchantments, you know, on cards where that doesn't happen. And now Hideaway now has a value. So now you know that cards like Spinerock Null are going to be having an Oracle update saying, hey, by the way, Hideaway 4. And a line that says this enters the battlefield tapped. So this is a $2 card, $2.30. And yes, it's going to say sold out because the store doesn't have any stock because the set's not even out yet. And then this is pretty. Let's see if I can pull this up. Nimble Larcenist. Yeah, you would count as foil. So this is a $2 card. So one of each of the... Oh yeah, and you can tell that shine when I move the card around. It is shiny. One of each of the colors for Obscura. I'm using this thing that the my box topper is attached to, because up at the top here it actually lists the names of the, you know, what the families are called now. And you just know people like, you know, the Asian Avenger are going to either end up going Obscura or Maestros because, you know, black, blue, and either white or red. He likes his Grixis. He really likes his Grixis, so he's going to go Maestros. But yeah, this is a 2/1 flyer that when it enters the battlefield, target opponent reveals their hand. Basically, it's almost duress. It can't hit enchantments. It can't hit enchantments, well, unless it's got another type. So it's artifact, instant, or sorcery. So it's also not going to be able to hit planeswalkers. Ooh, another art card. Which direction do you go? You go this way. Well, there's my art card for this pack. And I got a 3/3 Angel token. Haven't seen those for a while. So yeah, it's kind of a duress effect. It's a 3-mana 2/1 flyer with kind of a duress, except the opponent also has to exile that card. So you could make it duress and just, you know, they'll end up pitching it. Or you could restrict what it can hit a little further than duress does and make them exile it. Foil full art forest, and that looks amazing. Let's see if I can, I doubt I can pull it up. 281. New CAPENNA. Nice. Oh wow. I can pull it up this way. Nice. That's a $3. That is a $3 forest. That is nice. Okay. First common for this pack. Run out of town. 1 blue, 3 other instant. The owner of target non-land permanent puts it on the top or bottom of their library. It's fine. Nothing special, nothing to write home about. It'll be a decent enough tempo card in limited. I don't think it's generally good enough for larger formats, but Strangle. 1 red, sorcery. 3 damage to target creature or planeswalker. They keep trying to find ways to print Lightning Bolt without giving us Lightning Bolt. It can't hit players, and it's a sorcery. You're so close. I'm expecting within the next 5 years they're going to reprint. They're going to find a way to reprint Lightning Bolt. Kaldaya Strongarm. There we are. Is a, oh yeah, it's this guy. 1 green, 4 other for 2/3 with Blitz of 1 green and 3 other. Blitz is basically you cast for its Blitz cost, and the creature comes into play. I just noticed something. No, it'll be. Yeah, it's fine. Whatever. I was gonna fix the way things look on the for the chat, but it's fine. So if you pay its split cost, the creature comes into play with haste, dies at the end of turn. Well, you sacrifice at the beginning of the next end step. And it also gets the ability that when the creature dies, and it says when it dies, not at the end of turn. But so it can die by other means. You draw a card. And the strong arm also has the ability that when it enters the battlefield, you put 2+1/+1 counters on target creature. I think... So basically what it ends up being is... Here's 2+1/+1 counters on a creature. Here's 2 damage. Here's an extra card for me. For 4 mana. I think a lot of people are going to play it that way, with the occasional option of paying 5 to keep it and not getting the card out of it. But now you've got a 2/3 and 2+1/+1 counters that stick around. The counters stick around regardless. Yes, I know. Ooh, prize fight. Okay. So, card that makes a creature you control and a creature you don't control fight. 1 green, 1 other. Instant. And you get a treasure token out of it. But the reason I'm laughing at it so hard, I don't know how well you can see in that picture. Whoops. That's not a great camera, but that is a raccoon. Underweight, underpaid, underestimated. That is a raccoon taking out a rhino. Wow. And just clobbering him. Clobbering him hard. Okay. This is going to make sideboards. It's 1 black, 3 other? Yeah, 1 black plus 3 sorcery. Cost 3 less if it targets something white. So you can see it. We're finally starting to go back to the, hey, by the way, if you target something of a certain color, bonus. You know, we're going back to color hate being a thing that's available. The card's still decent without. Target creature gets -4/-4 till end of turn. It's still fine if you have to pay 4. It's not amazing. I wouldn't main deck it at that point. But it's fine. Oh god. Nightclubber. And again, bottom right corner of the artwork. Whoops. That looks like the most interesting man in the multiverse. I think his name is I think they simply refer to him as the unluckiest. I don't know if it's the same guy. It looks similar. I'd have to actually take another look. The guy that's on all the curses? Yeah, him. Anyway, so Nightclubber about to thwack some hapless person. 2 black, 1 other for a 2/2 human warrior. Enters battlefield. Creatures your opponents control get -1/-1 till end of turn. Again, blitz cost of 3. 1 black, 2 other. So slightly easier to blitz. Slightly. Which means you'll get a card out of it. Furry Vandal. We've seen this before. This is a reprint with new art. It's a 1/2 flash flyer. Fairy Rogue. When you draw your second card each turn, put a +1/+1 counter on this. Useful. Oh, and by the way, in case you guys are wondering, when I'm pulling up the text and putting it in the chat down here, like I did with the Spine Rock Null, there's a bot that I use elsewhere, and I'm just copy pasting it from there. So that's what's happening there. Hypnotic Grifter. Oh yes. Oh yes, please. This guy. Blue used to be really bad for 1-drops, and now even its 1-drops are getting good. 1 blue for a 1/2 human rogue, so 2 relevant creature types. Pay 3 to have it connive. you can go, like, so I can pay 6 mana, have it connive twice, and potentially now it's a 3/4 and a viable threat. Now what do we got here? Cormella, Glamour Thief. She's Grixis, so she's with the Maestros. 1 black, 1 blue, 1 red, 1 other for 2/4 with haste. Pay 1 and tap. Add 1 black, 1 blue, 1 red to your mana pool. Sorry, I'm going to get stuck saying that for God knows how long now. Spend only to cast instant or sorceries. When she dies, return up to 1 target instant or sorcery card from your graveyard to your hand. So you can use the mana to cast something and then get back what you cast. Riveteer's Ascendancy. This is our first Ascendancy. They are all one of each of the 3 colors for the families. And they are all enchantments. And this one says, whenever you sacrifice a creature, you may return target creature card with lesser mana value from your graveyard to the battlefield tapped. Do this only once each turn. Yeah. Oh. No, you're staying there. I don't expect the Ascendancies to be... Whoops. I don't expect the Ascendancies to be valuable. Riveteer's Ascendancy. Yeah, that's $1.70. But it's nice. I think people are going to find a way to make use of that with creatures that have abilities like Delve and Escape, and ways that you can get them into play for cheaper. And then getting out, like, for example, if I sacrifice Gurmag Angler or Hooting Mandrills, which are like 6 and 7 mana creatures that you can pay 1 mana to cast as long as you're able to exile enough cards out of your graveyard. And then you have a reason, whatever it is, to sacrifice that creature. Maybe somebody made you sacrifice it. Well, now, if I sacrifice Gurmag Angler, that's a 7 mana creature. I'm taking a 6 mana creature that's in my graveyard and putting it into play. My 5/5 Delve creature has just become, I don't know, a dragon. Maybe the dragon's got haste. Oops. And then I got a foil Luxurious Libation, which is going to be fun in all sorts of decks, and it is 1 green plus X instant that gives a creature +X till end of turn. And you make a white green 1/1 citizen token, and I'll let you know what they look like when I get... I haven't got any citizen tokens from this yet. Art card the 3rd. Ooh, nope. You go that way. Art card. Oh. Mr. Orfeo the Boulder. Foil Mountain. Just a regular mountain, but foil. So that's nice. Demon's Due. 1 black, 3 other. Instant. Scry 2, draw 2, lose 2 life. Not a bad card. Probably just weak enough that I won't see play in Pauper. but I can see a card like that seeing play in standard. Murder as a common. I think it's been common before. I don't remember. Murder. Yep, it's been common before. But having it come back to us as a common is nice. Witness witness protection. One blue for an aura that gives enchanted creature, well, a loss of all abilities. You don't have anything, you don't know anything, you don't know anyone. It is now a green-white citizen creature with base power and toughness 1/1, named Legitimate Business Person. Doesn't matter what you were before. Witness Protection Program. You are now a 1/1 creature. You're a green-white creature. Doesn't matter what you were before. Doesn't matter. No, stop. It doesn't matter what you were before. You're now just like anybody else. Okay, fine. Illicit Shipment. Now this is going to go into quite a few EDH decks. Because, one of the families has got an ability called Connive. Or not Connive, Casualty. And what Casualty basically says is it's Casualty and a number, in this case Casualty 3. So when you go to cast a spell as part of, paying as part of the costs, you can sacrifice a creature that's that power or larger, and if you do, copy this spell. 2 black and 3. Search your library for a card, put in your hand, and shuffle. So a mana more than Diabolic Tutor, which is still fine. But if I sack a decently sized creature, which might only be like 2 mana that I spent, and maybe I've already attacked with it, maybe it can't usefully attack anymore, I can now search for a second card and put in my hand. So 5 mana plus a creature. Seems that is going to see a bunch of EDH play. There's no doubt about that. Tainted Indulgence. This one's funny. So 1 black, 1 blue. Instant. Draw 2 cards. Then discard a card unless there's at least 5 different mana values in your graveyard. I think this card might actually make it into larger formats. It might even sneak its way into Modern, because drawing 2 for 2 mana at instant speed is kind of good. Especially if you're looking at a deck that wants cards in its graveyard, because the Tainted Indulgence itself will also end up in the graveyard. Syndicate Infiltrator. 1 blue, 1 black, Vampire Wizard. It's a 3/3 flyer. And as long as you've got at least 5 different mana values in your graveyard, it gets +2/+2. The mansion's vaulted ceilings provided the perfect cover for an ambush. Yeah, so that's fairly easily, regularly a 5/5 for 4. A 5/5 flyer for 4. Waterfront District. Fancy art. This is another one of those lands that you can sack to draw a card. Brazen Upstart. Fancy art. 1 green, 1 red, and 1 white, you get a 4/2 with vigilance. When it dies, look at the top 5 cards of your library. You may reveal a creature card from among them and put it into your hand. Put the rest on the bottom of your library in a random order. So basically shuffle up the last 4 or 5 if you didn't hit a creature and throw them on the bottom. Tramway station. Oh yeah, the waterfront district was blue-black. The tramway station is black-red. Again, a land that you sack to draw a card. Cabaret Ascendancy. Cabaret. $1.40. At the beginning of your upkeep, look at the top card of your library. If it's a creature or planeswalker card, you may reveal it and put it in your hand. If you don't put the card in your hand, you may put it on the bottom of your library. So it's kind of Scry 1. But if it's a creature or planeswalker, you can, instead of putting it on, leaving it on top or bottom, you've also got the option of revealing it and putting it in your hand. That's going to end up being really good in decks that have, that want to draw into their creatures more often, amongst other things. Surprise, surprise. Okay. Dig up the body. Foil. I think the Cabaret Ascendancy is going to make standard play. I think people are going to find a way to use it. And since these enchantments are not legendary, just being able to draw an extra card or 2 every turn. Dig up the body. 1 black, 2 other, instant with casualty of 1. Mill 2 cards, then you may return a creature card from your graveyard to your hand, which is hilarious because you could return a creature card. Yeah, you can get back a card that you sacrificed for the connive cost. And a card from one of the secret lairs. Are the Nox the Mind Flail. Okay, yeah. So this is a $30 card, or if you're talking USD, okay, maybe it's 25. And that came out of the second pack, the second set booster of New CAPENNA. So that's going to get something. Alright, so it's a 3 black plus 4 for a 9/9. It's not a creature unless you control 3 or more permanents you don't own. Okay. So let me break that down for some of you. Cards that you own are the cards that start off in your deck, or that you use an effect to bring a card from outside the game. Usually that means your sideboard. Cards that you control, well, control is just, well, it's on my side of the field. I have, I'm the one that says how this does things. It is not hard for another person to gain control of something that somebody else owns. Ownership never changes. Control can. So if this card starts off in my deck, I own it. When it comes into play, initially, barring shenanigans, I control it. So what happens when I start getting control of somebody else's stuff? If I end up with at least 3 cards that do that, somebody else owns them and I control them, it's now a 9/9. It's now a 9/9 horror. At the beginning of your end step, exile the bottom card of each opponent's library face down. For as long as those cards remain exiled, you may look at them. You may cast permanent spells from among them. So anything that's not an instant or sorcery. And you may spend mana as though it were mana of any color to cast those spells. So what happens here is you're looking at the bottom of your opponent's decks. And then from there, I'm going to put you up here. And from there, you get to cast stuff that's, well, so not lands, not instants, not sorceries. Those cards are staying exiled regardless. Anything else, you have the ability to cast, and because it starts off in somebody else's deck, you're going to be controlling them even though somebody else owns them. And that is a $30 card, in part as well because, well, because it also came from, thank you, it also came from a secret lair drop, which, cards from that are really hard to get your hands on. If you don't have the secret lair that came from, well, yeah. Ooh. Art card. Dapper Shield Mate. Pretty full art swamp. Make disappear. Any of you that remember the card Quench, add casualty 1. Quench was basically, it was Quench, wasn't it? Or was Quench more restrictive than that? Nope, I was right. Quench is 1 blue, 1 other. Counter target spell unless its controller pays 2. It tries to be Mana Leak. Not quite as good, but now you can sack a 1-drop and copy that, and now they'll essentially have to pay 4 if they want the spell to resolve. Rock's Pummeler. So 1 green plus 5 for a 6/3. Enters the battlefield with a shield counter. Shield counters basically if damage would be dealt to this creature or it would be destroyed, that's how the shield counter comes off. Until then, it's still there. And Rock's Pummeler has trample as long as it's got a shield counter on it. Oh, yes, this is a card my roommate was talking about before. Glittermonger. I wish I had this in my pool. That would have been hilarious. 1 green, 3 other for 1/4 with the ability tap, make a treasure token. It's an elf rogue, so elf decks are going to want to run it, at least in, formats like EDH. I don't think it's going to be, I think it's fine for limited. I don't think it's quite good enough for other formats, other than Commander. But it's going to be fine there, especially if you end up, people are swapping, permanents around and suddenly you need another way to produce mana of another color. That occasionally happens. Oh yes, Attended Socialite. 1 green, 1 other for 2/1 with Alliance. And Alliance just cares about things, when another creature enters the battlefield, blah. Alliance doesn't mean anything per se. It's just, what's the word I'm looking for? It doesn't have an actual rules definition. It's just something that ties cards together. In this case, the alliance ability is attendant socialite gets +1/+1 till end of turn. So creatures enter the battlefield. This gets bigger till end of turn. On your side, but oh, okay. This is hilarious. My next 3 cards are all some family's charm. So I've got Maestros in the bottom, which is, and as you can tell, they all cost 3 mana. You know, one of each of the 3 colors. I got Maestros, which is blue, black, red. I've got Brokers, which is green, white, blue. And I've got Cabaretti, which is green, red, green, white. Maestro's Charm. And they've all got 3 modes, and you choose one. Maestro's Charm. Your 3 options are: look at the top 5 cards of your library, put 1 in your hand, the rest in your graveyard. Second is each opponent loses 3 life and you gain 3 life. And your third one is 5 damage to target creature or planeswalker. Broker's Charm. Target creature you control gets +1/+0 till end of turn. Excuse me. It deals damage equal to its power to target creature or planeswalker an opponent controls. So it's a one-sided fight with a slight buff. Destroy target enchantment. Draw 2 cards. Cabaretti Enchantment. Deals damage equal to the number of creatures you control to target creature or planeswalker. Creatures you control get +1/+0 and gain trample till end of turn. So miniature overrun edits the speed, which is nice. Or create 2 1/1 green and white citizen creature tokens. I think most of the charms are, in general, are going to see play. Oh yeah, and then a pretty version of the Broker's Charm. Skybridge Towers, which is the white-blue land that you sack to draw a card. What? Oh, okay. Structural Assault, which sounds hilarious. Oh. Okay. If a deck in a format like Modern is considering playing Shatterstorm and can afford a slightly higher cost, 2 green, 3 other. 2 red, 3 other. Wow. Words. Destroy all artifact. Then Structural Assault deals damage to each creature equal to the number of artifacts that were put into graveyards from the battlefield this turn. This is a Shatterstorm crossed with a Wrath of God chain reaction effect, but yes. That is going to end up being good in, let me think here, Structural Assault. Commander is going to love this card. Oh boy. There we are. It's less than $2. I expect that to go far in Commander though, because if you're even vaguely considering a Shatterstorm effect, this basically crossbreeds Shatterstorm and Chain Reaction. That is gonna get. I want that one. Oh yeah, High Rise Sawjack as a foil. 1 green, 2 other for 2/3 with reach. If it blocks something that's got flying, it gets +2/+0 till end of turn. And then I get a card from the list. Remorseless Punishment. Are you actually worth anything interesting or no? I'm gonna go based on the regular version, which is $1 rare anyway. 2 black, 3 other sorcery. Target opponent loses 5 life unless that player discards 2 cards or sacks a creature or planeswalker. And then do it again. So you can make one person potentially, if they've got no creatures or planeswalkers in play, for 5 mana, they just take 10 and, well, I would say like it, but they probably don't like it. Treasure token. Ooh, art token goes this way. Goes this way. Prosperous partnership. Whoops. All that just because of a foil basic planes. Sewer crocodile. 1 blue, 5 other for 4/6, and I can pay 1 blue and 3 to make them unblockable this turn. Cost 3 less if there are 5 or more mana values among cards in your graveyard. I think that's potentially too high a top end for a format like Pauper. I think it's going to be good and limited. It might manage to sneak into Standard. I don't expect it. I don't think it will. But fake your own death. 1 black, 1 other, instant. Target creature gets, so till end of turn, target creature gets +2/+0 and gain, and basically when it dies, it comes back and play tapped. And you create a treasure token at that point. So it comes back, you get a treasure token. Buy your silence. I am liking the stuff that white is getting these days. 1 white, 4 other sorcery. Exile target non-land permanent. Its controller creates a treasure token. Oh no. Here. Have a treasure token. I'm killing that. You're not getting it back. Racer's Ring. The red-green land that sacks 2 drop. Suspicious Bookcase is a reprint. 0/4 with Defender for 2. Pay 3, tap. Target creature can't be blocked this turn. Oh yeah. Graveyard Shift. Zombify for an extra mana. But if you've got enough different mana values in your graveyard, it's got Flash. So Zombify, basically take a creature from your graveyard, drop it straight into play. Forge Boss. I think it's Mayhem Devil I'm thinking of. This is going to start pushing the various sacrifice for fun and profit decks. 1 black, 1 red, 2 other for 3/4. Whenever you sacrifice 1 or more other creatures, deals 2 damage to each opponent. Triggers only once a turn. Oh yes. Dun 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 dun. Fatal Grudge. Dun 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 dun. 1 red, 1 black. Additional cost, sack a non-land permanent. Each opponent chooses a permanent they control that shares a type with a sacrifice permanent and sacrifices it. Draw a card. So, if you sack a creature, everyone else has to sack a creature. Oh, and you draw a card. If you sack a artifact creature, they can choose an artifact or they can choose a creature. So, yeah, options. I think most of the time it's just simply going to end up being, I'm going to sack a creature. It's going to basically be innocent blood that cantrips for an extra mana, which in some formats, it's like in Commander, it's probably fine, especially if you've got some kind of synergy due to sacrificing stuff. Obscura Charm. 2 different versions. One regular that's a foil, and one alternate art. 1 blue, 1 white, and 1 black. Instant. Options. Return target multicolored permanent mana value 3 or less from your graveyard to the battlefield tapped. Wow. So it has to be multicolored, mana value 3 or less, and it enters tapped. However, it is permanent card. It's not multicolored creature, it's permanent. So potentially you can bring back an enchantment, an artifact, etc. as long as it's multicolored, yada yada. You can in theory bring lands back. However, you're going to need to find a way to get them multiple colors. And lands natively, inherently, don't have a color. So this Racer's Ring is inherently a colorless card. It taps for green and it taps for red, but it is not a green card and it is not a red card. So you would need something like... So Dryad Arbor has an ability that says it's green. If you combine that with Painter's Servant naming something other than green, it's now a multicolored card in all zones. So if you name blue, let's say, it's now technically a green-blue card, which means it's technically now a multicolored card and can be fetched. Option number 2, counter target instant or sorcery spell. Really simple. Option number 3, destroy target creature or planeswalker mana value 3 or less. I think the Obscura Charm, based on the last 2 modes, is going to see at least standard play. Right, next card, Evolving Door, as opposed to a Revolving Door. Looks like this. So it's only a couple of bucks. 1 green, 2 other artifact. Pay 1, tap, hit this, and sack a creature. Count the colors of the sacrificed creature. Then you search your library for a creature card. For a creature card that's exactly that many. Pardon me. That many colors plus 1. So if you sacrifice a colorless creature, you look for something that's one color, that's monocolored. If you sacrifice a monocolored creature, you're looking for something that's 2 colors. But it has to be that many colors plus 1. It can't be less, so you can't sack a 2-color creature and get something that costs 1 or 2 or 0 colors. No. You have to get this. Exile that card and shuffle. You may cast the exiled card. Activate only as a sorcery. So basically, you're gonna use it to sacrifice a creature, find another creature that's more colors in it, and then cast that creature. Another treasure token. Wood. Art card. Oh yeah. Boop. Benny Brax, zoologist. Swamp. Midnight Assassin. I think this is mostly just limited fodder. It's 1 black, 2 other for 1/2 with flying and death touch. I don't think it's quite good enough to see play in any constructed formats. Rooftop Nuisance. 1 blue, 2 other. Sorcery, casualty 1. So, find a creature that you don't want anymore, sacrifice it, as long as it's got at least 1 power. And you get 2 copies of this. Tap target creature. It doesn't untap during its controller's next untap step. Draw a card. It might see some play. I doubt it, but Expendable Lackey. 1 blue for a 1/1 human citizen. And if it's in your graveyard, you can exile it and pay 1 blue and 1 other to make a 1/1 blue fish creature token with. This creature can't be blocked. Activate only as a sorcery. Making use of stuff in your graveyard. Yeah, I think there's gonna be some. I could see that sneaking a popper just because you get 2 cards out of 1. Like you get 2 creatures out of 1 card. Stuff that dies suddenly being able to be reused in any way, shape, or form is nice. Might make it in a modern. No, probably not. Might make it in a pioneer version of something like Dredge, though. Echo Inspector. 1 blue, 3 other for 2/3 flyer, which is fine. Enters the battlefield, it connives. So potentially a 3/4 flyer. For 4 mana. The fact that it allows you to when it comes into play you loot is really nice. I don't think it's quite good enough. Pugnacious Pugilist. Yeah. I'm a brawler that fights with my fists. 2 red, 3 other for 4/4. When it attacks, you make a 1/1 devil token that when it dies, deals 1 damage to any target. And the Pugilist has got a blitz cost, of course it does, of 1 red and 3 other. So it's slightly easier to cast. Swinging for 4. Leave a devil behind and draw a card. That is a form of card advantage. Red is slowly getting there. Pirate's Ledge Arsonist. So 1 red, 2 other for a 2/2. Viashino Shaman. We haven't seen much Viashino in a long time. They're coming back. Pay 1, tap the Arsonist. X damage to any target, where X is the number of permanents you sacrifice this turn. So if you... Oh, that's funny. If you can find a way to give it haste, somehow, tap a bunch of mana. Play All Is Dust. I think that's the card I'm thinking of. I think that does what I believe it does. Yes. All Is Dust. Each player sacrifices all permanents they control that are 1 or more colors. So lands, as I mentioned, because they're technically colorless, stay behind. Most other things will just die. And then you go, hey, by the way, I'm going to play this, and I give it haste. And by the way, take 10. What? Yeah, take 10. Okay. and like it. I don't want to like it. Well, you're going to like it. Because I had to sacrifice 10 things. So, yeah. Okay. This is funny. We now have an artifact treasure that does something a little different. 1 red, 2 other. Tap for red. Put a stash counter on glittering stockpile. Tap this and sacrifice the stockpile. Add X mana of any one color, where X is the number of stash counters on glittering stockpile. Red gets another mana artifact, which is nice, and it can build up and then be sacrificed later for a bunch of mana. Alright, so... Oh, yeah. So a foil Glamorous Outlaw. And I love this cycle of cards. And I'll show this one too. Masked Bandits, which is part of the same cycle. And the bandits are the alternate art. So these guys are basically 6 mana, 1 of each of the 3 relevant colors. The bandits being black, red, and green, and the vandals, sorry, the outlaw being blue, black, and red. And for each family, there's a common creature that you can pay to and exile it from your hand to turn around and target another, another land and say, hey, by the way, you now tap for any of the family's 3 colors. So the one for the Maestros, the land now has the ability to tap for blue or black or red. In addition to whatever. Until the creature that gave that land that ability gets cast from exile. P.S. You can cast these creatures from exile. So the Masked Bandits is a 6 mana in the Junt colors. You get a 5/5 Vigilance Menace. And the Glamorous Outlaws are 4/5. Wait, what? Enters battlefield, 2 damage to each opponent, and you scry 2. Okay. Wow, that's a creature type I haven't seen in a long time. Keza, Augur of Agonies. 1 blue, 1 white, 1 black, 1 other for a 3/4 Cephalid Advisor. Whenever you draw a card, target opponent loses 1 life and you gain 1 life. Seriously? Cephalids, last time I remember seeing cephalids was during Odyssey Onslaught era. Whenever you draw a card. So, yeah. Okay. Right. Whoops. You. Errant Street Artist. 260. Alright. So 1 blue for a 0/3 with Flash, Defender, and Haste. Defender and Haste is such a weird combination, but pay a blue and 1 other and tap this. Copy target spell you control that wasn't cast. You may choose new targets for the copy. So, as an example, Connive. Or, sorry, not Connive. Casualty. if you sacrifice, like with that tutor I was talking about earlier, and you sacrifice the 3-power creature, you can use this and search up a third card. And it's a human rogue, so yeah. Other ways to copy cards or copy spells. Simply getting a copy of it via something like Twincast. Abilities like Storm, Replicate, so on and so forth. Isochron Scepter. Nope. Isochron Scepter makes you cast a card. You make the copy and then you cast the copy. What are you? That's a change of plans, ladies and gentlemen. And other... I don't know what I would refer to others as apart from other right now. If somebody's got a better idea, let me know. Basic Island. Goldhound. They've been making a lot of commons that have got a lot of text to them and just are so powerful. This would have been a rare back in the day. Like probably 10 years ago. 10, 15 years ago. Goldhound. 1 red, 1/1 artifact creature, treasure dog. It's a 1/1 with first strike and menace, and you can tap and sack it because it's treasure for 1 mana of any color. Wow. Some of you might be watching this on Chromecast. This is a Chrome Cat. Womp womp. 3 mana, 3/2 artifact creature cat. Enters the battlefield, scry 1. I always say, if it's breathing, it's lying. Luckily, my friend here does neither. Yeah. I think decks that are trying to be budget friendly, that you are going to want a card like that. Just being able to simply go, you know, here's a 3 mana creature that's a 3 mana, 3-power creature, scry 1. I have a deck that has Joven, as I've mentioned before. And he is technically a common legend, which means if I can build a deck that is, in this case, mono red, and for EDH, and yeah, I've got it built out of nothing but commons, and I have a viable general. I did that. Chromecat might make it into the deck. Exhibition Magician. 3 mana, 2/1. Human Wizard. Comes into play. You can either make a treasure token or you make a 1/1 citizen token. I don't think it's playable outside something like what I was just talking about with the Chromecat. Chromecat is still, like, these two cards are both fine and serviceable. I just don't think they're good enough for other formats unless you're trying to do something interesting. Light 'em up. 1 red, 1 other. Sorcery with casualty of 2, 2 damage to target creature or planeswalker. I will be glad when we start seeing enough cards that say to any target. Like that 3 mana spell I showed you earlier. Where are you? Calling a Professional. We get enough of those. It's like, You know, say I get one more and suddenly it's like, okay, now I can start burninating my opponent. Involuntary employment. So this is your typical threaten effect. 1 red, 3 other. Sorcery. Gain control of another creature till end of turn. Well, gain control of target creature till end of turn. It has haste. And then they get it back at the end of turn. And this time you make a treasure token. Rob the Archives. So we now have a set of archives by the name of Rob. Wait, what? No, that's not what it says. 1 red, 1 other. Exile top 2 cards of your library. You may play those cards this turn. Sorry, yeah, you may play those cards this turn. And it has a casualty of 1, so in a pinch, you can turn around and go, hey, by the way, I'm going to exile the top 4 and try and play them all. Nimble Arsonist. Larcenist, not Arsonist. We saw you before. Obscura Charm. We saw you. Brazen Upstart. We saw you. We even saw that version of it. A foil copy of Demon's Due, which we saw earlier. And now a mythic from the set and a rare from a secret lair. Obnixilis the Adversary is $40 plus. So 3 mana, 1 black, 1 red, 1 other, 3 loyalty, with casualty of X. So, casualty, you make a copy. So you sacrifice whatever size creature you want. The copy will become a token of Obnixilis, but not legendary. And it will enter with X loyalty. +1. Each opponent loses 2 life unless they discard a card. If you control a demon or a devil, you gain 2 life. -2. Create a 1/1 red devil. So the devil token that when it dies, it goes pop and deals the damage to anyone. -7. Target player draws 7 cards and loses 7 life. So that's adorable. And like $40. So 33-ish US. Cecily Haunted Mage. $5. Oh, are you based on you? $11. The Mage. This is going to be from the Stranger Things one, isn't it? Okay. Yeah, this is the magic version of it. And it's like $5. So, 1 black, 1 red, 1 blue, 1 other. Maximum hand size is 11, which is hilarious. It's a 3/5, incidentally. Whenever Cecily Haunted Mage attacks, you draw a card and lose 1 life. Then if you have 11 or more cards in hand, you may cast an instant or sorcery spell from your hand without paying its mana cost. and then friends forever. You can have two commanders if both have friends forever. So that little clause about casting an instant or sorcery, it doesn't give you a time that you can do it until, so you have to do it now. No. Now. No. Not now. Yeah. If you don't do it, and that's when it attacks. So that has to be before blockers are declared. P.S. Try and rush somebody to, into blockers right away. You get no bueno. Fish token. 1/1 that can't be blocked. Oops. You go this way. Run out of town. Pretty forest. Security bypass. You're an aura that costs 1 blue and 1 other. Enchant creature. As long as enchanted creature is attacking alone, it can't be blocked. Enchant creature has whenever this deals combat damage to a player, it connives. Yeah, seems fun. Corrupt Court Official, I believe originally printed in one of the Portal sets. 1 black, 1 other, 1/1, enters the battlefield, target opponent discards a card. Nothing fancy, but quite serviceable. Probably still playable in Standard. I think there's another card that does something similar in Standard as well. So you might actually have somebody going, hey, by the way, I'm going to do this, and then I'm going to start sacrificing them for fun and profit. Disdain Full Stroke, we've all seen that before. Counter target spell that costs 4 or more. Oh. I like this. Remember what I was saying about Joven? 1 mana artifact, Ominous Parcel. That weird. So I can pay 2 and tap and sack it, search for a basic lane card, reveal it, put my hand and shuffle. Or I can pay 5, tap and sack it to deal 4 damage to target creature. That is really good for a common. Again, I'm starting to... I like commons, okay? Deal with it. Oh yeah. Unlucky Witness. So it's 1 red for a 1/1. When it dies, exile the top 2 cards of your library. You have until your next end step to cast them. Here's the thing. If that dies on somebody else's turn, you not only have until their next end step, because it says until your next end step, you basically have your entire turn as well. Riveteer's Charm. We haven't done this one yet. 1 black, 1 red, 1 green. Target opponent sacrifices a creature or planeswalker they control with the highest mana value among creatures and planeswalkers they control. Exile the top 3 cards of your library until your next end step. You may play those cards. And exile target player's library. Two copies of Crew Captain, 1 regular, 1 fancy art foil. 1 black, 1 red, 1 green for 4/2 with haste and indestructible as long as it entered the battlefield this turn. You want a way to flicker that. Mr. Orfeo the Boulder. Did you already? Nice. No, we had the art card for you. Yeah, we had the art card for you. 1 black, 1 red, 1 green, 1 other for a 2/4. Whenever you attack, double target creature's power till end of turn. He's a Rhino Warrior. Of course he is. Grimlock Smash. Glamorous Outlaw. We've had that one before. And Void Rend. Oh. Oh yes. Oh yes. Void Rend. 1 black, 1 white, 1 blue. Can't be countered. Destroy target non-land permanent. That is currently going for $5, and I am not surprised at all. I am not surprised at all. Let's see if I can... Does that... Yeah, that shows up better. There we go. Yeah. 3 mana for uncounterable. No, just blow it up. Treasure token. I keep checking the back of those because some cards are double-sided tokens. Oh yeah. Which way do you go? You go this way. Skybridge Towers. Skybridge Towers, that's one of those sacklings, and that is really pretty art. Please. Witty Roastmaster. Oh! Oh yes. Oh yes, please. 1 red, 2 other for a 3/2. Whenever another creature enters the battlefield under your control, deals 1 damage to each opponent. That's going to go into my Joven deck, because one of the themes that I end up being able to throw in that deck, yes, I was actually, was when I do a thing, ping people. Warm welcome. 1 green, 2 other. Look at the top 5 of your reveal a creature card among them and put in your hand. The rest on the bottom in a random order, and make a citizen token. 3 mana instant. Not bad. Social Climber. Don't remember if I've mentioned that one before. I was playing with her earlier today at the pre-release. That was fun. 1 green, 2 other for a 3/2. And with the alliance ability of, hey look, another creature came and play on my side, I'm going to gain life. Riveteer's Requisitioner. 1 red, 1 other for 3/1. When it dies, make a treasure token. And it's got Blitz, of course it's got Blitz, of 1 red plus 2. Out of the way. 1 blue, 3 other, instant. 2 less to cast if it targets a green permanent. Like a citizen token. Return target non-land permanent an opponent controls to its owner's hand. Draw a card. I can see that hitting sideboards in maybe in Modern? You're in the wrong spot. Because being able to, you know, have a cantripping disperse. You know, a cantripping disperse. And so basically a kicked blink of an eye, but you don't have to pay a kicker cost. Yeah, that somebody's going to find a home for that somewhere. Riveteer's Decoy. 1 green, 1 other for a 3/1 human warrior. Must be blocked if able. With a blitz cost of 1 green and 3. So, slightly harder to blitz, but that's fine. Fancy Art Waterfront District, which is the black-blue land. Fancy Art Foil Botanical Plaza, which is the green-white land. Lagrella the Magpie. 1 green, 1 white, 1 blue for 2/3. And when she enters the battlefield, exile any number of other target creatures controlled by different players until she leaves the battlefield. When an exile card enters the battlefield under your control, this when Lagrella the Magpie enters the battlefield, exile any number of other target creatures controlled by different players until Lagrella leaves the battlefield. When an exiled card enters the battlefield under your control this way, put 2+1/+1 counters on it. Okay. So, the normal way of looking at this is I'll exile one of my creatures, and then when that creature comes back, it gets 2+1/+1 counters. I could exile one of mine and one of yours. Or I could exile, you could have stolen, gain control of one of my creatures. I could exile mine and the creature that you took from me. And then they'll both come into play with +1/+1 counters. It's an interesting flicker. Well, it's not. It's interesting. That wants to combine with something like Kiorion. Corpse Appraiser. 1 black, 1 red, 1 blue for a 3/3. Enters the battlefield, exile up to 1 target creature card from a graveyard. If a card is put into, because it says up to, so you can choose 0. If a card is put in exile this way, look at the top 3 cards of your library, then put one of those cards in your hand and the rest in your graveyard. It's not bad. Evelyn the Covetous. What are you? Evelyn the Covetous. She's $4. Alright, why? So 1 black +2 plus 2 more mana. One of those two has to either be blue or black, and the other one has to be black or red. So I'll pull it up here so you can see better. Whoops. Yeah, see that mana cost up there? So 2 of anything, 1 black or blue, 1 black, and 1 black or red. She is a 2/5 vampire rogue with flash. When she or another vampire enters the battlefield under your control, exile the top card of each player's library with a collection counter on it. Okay, that's why she's $4. Just out of curiosity, what are you as foil? Okay. Once each turn, you may play a card from exile with a collection counter on it if it was exiled by an ability you controlled. So if there's more than one person playing with collection counters. No, these are on my collection, these are in your collection. And you may spend mana as though or mana of any color to cast it. Okay. Sounds reasonable. Okay. My first card from this box that has got +1 counters on one side and shield counters on the other side. The art card for this is, going this way, Obscura Ascendancy. forest. Alright, dig up the body. 1 black, 2 other, instant, casualty of 1. Mill 2, then you may return a creature card from your graveyard to your hand. Does not have to be one of the 2 cards you milled. Or 2 of the 4 cards. Incriminate. 1 black, 1 other, instant. Choose 2 so basically, it's a diabolic edict, but you're going, no. Can't be any creature. Has to be either that one or that one. So they have to have 2 creatures to make you for you to say, hey, sack one. But you're saying, no, you're either sacrificing this one or you're sacrificing this one. Which one are you going to sack? Extract the truth. 1 black, 1 other, sorcery. Choose one. Target opponent reveals their hand. You may choose a creature, enchantment, or planeswalker card from it and make them discard it. Or target player sacks an enchantment. I am loving the fact that black is getting enchantment removal. Yeah, I go on about it a bit much. Glamorous Outlaw, we've seen him before. Or her. I think that one's a her. Slip Out Back. 1 black, instant, put +1 counter on target creature. It phases out. Cards that are phased out are basically treated as though they don't exist. They're technically still on the battlefield or wherever. They're just treated as though they aren't there. So if somebody goes, hey, Wrath of God, phase out my creature. My creature will phase back in at the beginning of my next turn when I go to untap. And, yeah. It comes back. It was there at the start of my turn. Technically, it phases, I believe it technically phases back in before you untap your stuff. So it basically has haste. Well, sort of. Public Enemy. 1 blue, 2 other, aura. Usually that you're throwing all creatures at... Okay. All creatures attack enchanted creatures controller each combat if able. When an enchanted creature dies, draw a card. Which basically turns around and makes the creature that this is being thrown on such a pariah that's like, no, you're the... Everybody's after them. And when it dies, the person who controlled Public Enemy, not the creature, the card, draws a card. Hey, let's have a little chat, shall we? 1 blue, 1 other, instant, casualty of 1. Look, top 2 cards of your library, put 1 in your hand and the other on the bottom of your library. So kind of like Scry 2, but 1 goes in your hand. And a casualty of 1. That's going to see play. That's going to see Pioneer play. That might see Modern play. I got an offer you can't refuse. Yeah, I do that kind of voice real bad. Deal with it. 1 blue instant. Counter target non-creature spell. So, negate. Its controller creates 2 treasure tokens. Somebody's going to find a home for that. I'll go with this next. This is a foil printing of Dusk Mangler. 2 black, 5 other for 5/4 additional costs to cast this. Sack a creature, or discard a card, or pay 4 life. When it enters the battlefield, each opponent has to do each of those 3 things. You have to do 1 when you go to cast it. When it comes to play, each opponent has to do all 3. That's going to be entertaining. Spara's Adjudicators. Cat Citizens. Keck. Oh, okay, yeah. You are the Naya card, or should I say, sorry, not Naya, band, or should I say brokers, which are, according to that chart there, demonic lawyers. And then Workshop War Chief. Boop. So 2 green, 3 other, and you are a 5/3 Rhino Warrior with Trample, which already sounds decent. And then it has more text on top of that. Oh yeah, it's this guy. Yeah, he's almost $5. So when it comes into play, gain 3 life. Yeah, gain 3 life. When he dies, get a 4/4 Rhino token. Oh, and then he's got Blitz of 4, because of course he does. I mean, I'm not surprised there. Alright, this has been nearly 2 hours, and I'm only just finished the first stack. So let's try and get through this. Ooh, signed art card. Rafine, Scheming Seer. Boop. Pretty Island. Shattered Seraph. This is the one for the Obscura, aka, oh good lord, Esper. That one is a 4/4 flyer, comes into play, gain 3 life. And then you can, or you can exile it from your hand, make a land tap for Esper colors, and then go, hey, by the way, I'm going to cast this from exile now. 2 mana, 3/2, enters tapped, for 1 black, 1 other. Crooked Custodian. I feel like at least casual players are going to find a way to do that with like Amulet of Vigor or something like that. Cutthroat Contender. 1 black for a 1/1. Pay 1 life, give it +1/+0 till end of turn. Activate only once each turn. That is cool. Antagonize. Nice. 1 red, 1 other. Instant. Target creature gets +4/+3 till end of turn. Sleep with the Fishies. Fishes, technically, but sure. 2 blue, 2 other. Okay. Enchant creature doesn't untap during its controller's next untap step. When Sleep of the Fishes enters the battlefield, tap enchant creature. And you make a fish token. That, and the fish token obviously says, hey, by the way, I can't, it can't be blocked. Followed, of course, the next card happens to be Cement Shoes. 1 mana equipment. 2 to equip. This is a card that I'm going to keep bouncing around between different creatures. Quick creature gets +3/+3 and has, at the beginning of your end step, tap this creature. A quick creature doesn't untap during its controller's next untap step. I'm gonna go, cool. Pay 2, you get +3/+3. It's basically, I'm going to keep giant growthing a separate creature every turn. Okay. Courier's Bookcase. Briefcase. 1 green, 1 other. Artifact Treasure. Enters battlefield, you make a 1/1. You make a Citizen token. Tap and sack it for a mana of any color. Pay 1 mana of each of the 5 colors. Tap and sack the briefcase to draw 3 cards. That's interesting. Wow. This pack is... So, Rocco. We get to visit Rocco again. Gonna jump to this one. Make disappear as a foil. The counter spells that unless they pay 2. Alright. And now I have 3 rares / mythics in the same pack. Actually, 2 of them are mythics and one's from a secret lair. So, you. Parnas, the subtle brush. Of course, she's an artiste. That's about $4. It's not bad. You are from New CAPENNA Commander. Okay. 1 black, 1 blue, 1 red. There. That's a bit better. 1 black, 1 blue, 1 red. 2 other for a 4/4 vampire wizard. Good lord. Whenever you or a permanent you control becomes the target of a spell or ability an opponent controls, counter that spell or ability unless that player pays 4 life. Whenever you copy a spell, up to 1 target opponent may also copy that spell. They may choose new targets for that copy. Up to 1 target opponent. So you can choose 0 targets. This one. Arcane Bombardment. That is currently $9. This is another one of those weird red rare shenanigans cards. Whenever you cast your first instant or sorcery spell each turn, exile an instant or sorcery card at random from your graveyard. Then copy each card exiled with Arcane Bombardment. You may cast any number of the copies without paying their mana costs. Yeah, welcome to shenanigans. Definitely casual EDH. Silly as heck. Gotham Sigardian Outcast. I should have just kept that open. Gotham Sigardian Outcast. Also known as Mike the Dungeon Master. Whoops. This is $3. What's Mike going for? Nah, it's fine. It doesn't matter. So 1 green, 1 white, 1 other for a 2/2. Pay 2 and tap it. Choose target creature card in your graveyard that was put there from the battlefield this turn. Return it to the battlefield tapped. And friends forever. So, oh, look. This creature died? Cool. It comes back. Green and white have got some very interesting cards that allow them to... Wow. Finding a way to untap... Okay. I smell shenanigans. I smell shenanigans. This is the art card for the new Elspeth. She looks cool in that. I mean, she doesn't look like what I expect from Elspeth. But she looks cool. Plasma Jockey. 1 red, 3 other for a 3/1. When it attacks, target creature an opponent controls can't block this turn. With Blitz for 1 red and 2 other. I feel like that most often that's just gonna be a spell. Jackhammer. 1 red, 2 other. Equipment. Equip creature gets +2/+0 and a quick cost of 2. It's fine. It's I want to say it's slightly worse than most other equipment that do that, but it's also common. High Rise Sawjack, we saw you. Queza, or Keza, I'm not sure how you want to pronounce it. Augur of Agony's normal version. Scuttling Butler. 3 mana, 4/1. Beginning of combat on your turn if you control 2 or more multicolored permanents. This gains double strike till end of turn. Wow. Okay, that could get silly. The Rakish Revelers, we've seen those. Lagella, we've seen her. Whoop. Racer's Ring, we've seen you. Disciplined Duelist. 1 blue, 1 white, 1 green for a 2/1 double strike and enters the battlefield with a shield counter on it. Feel like that's going to end up being somebody's going to find a way to build like the Auras deck for Standard again. And Foil Body Dropper. 1 red, 1 black for a 2/2. Whenever you sack another creature, put a +1 counter on this guy. Pay a red and a black and sack another creature. Body Dropper gains menace till end of turn. Wait, you're common. Wow. Okay. Undercover Operative, which is it's another clone effect. Oh, 320. Nice. So, any creature, it comes into play copying any creature on the battlefield, but if it copied one of your creatures, it enters with a shield counter. And then Tezzeret's Betrayal. I'm not sure how I feel about this guy. Yeah, dollar rare. 1 black, 1 blue, 3 other. Destroy target creature. You may search your library and or graveyard for a card named Tezzeret, Master of Metal. Reveal it and put in your hand. If you shuffle your library, if you search your library this way, shuffle it. But from the list, and the you know, which is a fun card, except that, well, it requires you to grab this Tezzeret, which was only available in like the dual decks, and this is, I mean, it's okay, it's workable, it's just not exciting, especially compared to other versions of Tezzeret. Like a lot of other versions of Tezzeret, people would rather play before they play this one. Oh, hallelujah. Is that my first citizen token, this box? That's kind of depressing. There's the art card for Camus Obscura Oculus. Planes. A slightly stronger inspiration. 1 blue, 3 other instant. Draw 2 cards and look at the top card of each player's library. Hashtag worth it. Mass Bandits. Whoops. Your Jund. Sorry. Did I say Jund? I meant Riveteers. Jewel Thief. Such a heavily loaded card. A lot of heavily loaded cards at common these days. I'm not complaining. 1 green, 2 other for a 3/3 with Vigilance and Trample. So 3 mana for 3/3 Vigilance Trample. And when it enters the battlefield, you get a treasure token, which kind of means that you're actually only paying 2 mana because you're basically getting 1 of it back. Such a heavily loaded card. Oh, that's cute. Quick Draw Dragger. 3 casting cost equipment with flash, and a quick cost of 1. Quick creature gets +1/+1. Yes, I know. I tend to read these in slightly different order than what it says on the card. When the dagger enters the battlefield, you auto-equip it to a creature, and that creature gets first strike till end of turn. Wait, no, you're uncommon, right? No, you're common. Okay. Ballroom Brawlers. 2 white, 3 other for a 3/5 human warrior. When it attacks, they and up to one other target creature you control both gain your choice of lifelink or first strike till end of turn. Oh, Arc Splitter. Oh, this thing. I lost at least 1 game. I lost a match due to this, actually. 1 casting cost equipment with a quick cost of 1. A quick creature has 1: this creature deals 1 damage to target creature that's blocking it. Throw that on something that's got trample. Excess damage carries over to the opponent. I died because of that. Elegant Entourage. 1 green, 3 other for 4/4. Alliance ability. Whenever another creature enters the battlefield under your control, target creature other than Elegant Entourage gets +1/+1, gains trample till end of turn. I can see this sneaking into if you're looking for another card along the lines of Crater Hoof and Dendray's Forerunners, this is a 4/4 for 4, which is castable. Somebody's going to make use of it. Pretty version of Shattered Seraph. Brass Knuckles. Oh, yes. So 4 casting cost equipment with an equip cost of 1. When you cast a spell, copy it. And then you make, when it comes into play, you make a token. A quick creature has double strike as long as 2 or more equipment are attached to it, which is why you've got Brass Knuckles. And you copy it. You need 2 of them. 1 on each hand. Yeah, that's people that like playing with equipment, and they're going to like that because they'll be like, hey, guess what? I can throw 1 set of Brass Knuckles on this, have a sword in the other hand, and I'll equip this to this other thing, and, you know, this one will go shield bashing, and just, bleh. Yeah. Unlike You Witness, foil. And then Maestro's Ascendancy. I don't think we've had you yet. So one black, one blue, one red. Enchantment. Once during each of your turns, you can cast an insert or sorcery from a graveyard by sacking a creature in addition to paying its other costs. Okay. And then if you cast a spell this way, exile it instead. So basically, you choose one of your instants of sorceries in your graveyard, and it has flashback of its normal thing plus sack a creature. I mean, they don't come out and say flashback, but being able to cast from graveyards, yeah, we know about that. More +1 in shield counters. Boop. Boop. You go this way. Jetmir's Garden. Or it might be Yetmir, I don't know yet. Mir. Pretty Swamp. Broken Wings. We've seen it before. One green, 2 other. Instant. Destroy target artifact, enchantment, or creature with flying. Came in like a wrecking crew. 1 red, 4 other, 4/5 reach trample. I like this guy. The one that was on the double-faced land, I can't remember what it's called. It was this on one set. It was, I think, just a 4/5 Akum something. I want to say it's in Zendikar Rising. Yeah, Akum Warrior. It costs 1 more mana. It was a 4/5 trample. And the backside of it was a land that entered tapped and tapped for red. It was uncommon. This thing, at common, costs 1 less mana, is the same size, and has reach as well. Which means you can use it offensively or defensively. I much prefer this guy. Yes, I know I think they overcosted a few of the lands that had spells on the other side. I think they overcosted the spell part of it. Mayhem Patrol. 1 red, 1 other for 1/2 with menace. When it attacks, target creature gets +1/+1/+0 till end of turn. With a blitz cost equal to, in this case, equal to its regular cost. That's not bad. You know, you can turn around and blitz it as just 2 damage that's hard to block and draw a card. Refuse to yield. Anybody playing the, Toughness Matters deck that's playing white, so Doran, or I want to say it's Chromium is the other one that people commonly play. 1 white, 1 other, instant. Target creature gets +2/+7 till end of turn. Untap it. Really good. Really good in that style of deck. Because suddenly that's not +2/+7. That's 7/+7. Brazen Upstart, we've seen you. That's the regular version. I don't remember if I've shown the regular version before. Citizen's Crowbar. It's 1 white, 1 other with... comes into play, makes a citizen token, and then auto-attaches to that. A quick cost of 2. A quick creature gets +1/+1 and has pay a white, tap it, and sack the crowbar to destroy target artifact or enchantment. That's cute. Regular version of Dusk Mangler. Foil Gathering Throng, which is the first time we've seen that. This is the sort of card that if you're playing draft, I would suggest trying to draft as many of these as you can. If you start getting, like if you've got one of these, If you've got two of them, okay. But if you've got two, maybe start going for more. 1 white, 2 other, 3/1. Enters battlefield. Search your library for any number of cards named Gathering Throng. This thing. Reveal them, put them in your hand, and shuffle. Because once you've got like two, like one's going to pull out the other one. But then you get, you know, if you get a third, well, now I can, cool, the one that I just cast, I can get another one. The one I just cast, I can get another one. You do the entire Squadron Hawk thing. Corpse Appraiser, we've seen him, just not with that art. Whoops. You. Spara's headquarters. By the way, I've seen this cycle of cards referred to as hideouts. $37 for this one. Yeah, so these are basically just the triomes that you got from Ikoria, but these are the allied ones, whereas Ikoria, it was like the one color and the two that oppose it. Yeah, $37. I'm going to trade that in because I can probably get like a regular version, which is like $13, and get some store credit on top of that. But yeah, I've heard this cycle referred to as hideouts, so I just may end up picking that up. Oh yeah, Extraction Specialist. I remember you. That has a nice price attached to it. So, 1 white, 2 other. It's a 3/2 with lifelink. Enters the battlefield. Return target creature mana value 2 or less from your graveyard to the battlefield. That creature can't attack or block for as long as you control Extraction Specialist. So it finds you grab something that's cheap to cast to bring back from your graveyard. And it's basically got pacifism on it until the Extraction Specialist carries them back to the location. Heh! Dog token! I wish I had that earlier. 3/1 Vigilance. Oh, yes. Mage's Attendant. Apparently that's supposed to be a cat creature. Okay, now I'm actually looking at the art better. Yeah, it looks more feline. It just looked really weird in just the regular art. Mountain. Oh yes. Sticky Fingers. Another fully loaded common. 1 red. Enchant Creature. Enchant Creature has menace and whenever this creature deals combat damage to a player, create a treasure token. When enchanted creature dies, draw a card. So, you throw this on a creature. It's hard to block, so it's going to get through for damage often enough. You're going to start generating a bunch of treasure tokens. When they finally kill the creature, you draw a card. Yeah. Most Wanted. 1 green, 2 other. Another enchant creature at common. Enchant creature gets +2/+1. When enchanted creature dies, create 2 treasure tokens. Daring Escape. Cards like this are nice. They don't have to have a lot on them, but they're nice. 1 red. Target creature gets +1/+0 and gains first strike till end of turn. Scry 1. The Scry 1 is not necessary. It's a really nice add-on. I would happily just take it as is. I'll gladly take the Scry attached to it. Ready to Rumble. I feel this is overcosted here. 1 red, 4 other. Sorcery. Choose 1. 5 damage to target creature or planeswalker, or destroy target artifact. You're pretty much never going to use that to blow up an artifact. 5 damage to target creature or planeswalker. No. No, I think at that point you'd rather actually have a 5-mana creature. Disciplined Duelist. We've seen him before. Knockout Blow. This is the white card that wants to target red. 1 white, 2 other, instant. 2 less to cast if it targets a red creature. 4 damage to target attacking or blocking creature, and you gain 2 life. It's white burn that gains you life. Kind of like that. Patch Up. I can see this sneaking into Modern. 1 white, 2 other, sorcery. Return up to 3 target creature cards with total mana value 3 or less from your graveyard to the battlefield. I feel like that's going to see Modern play. Foil Cement Shoes. Pretty Botanical Plaza. Pretty Maestro's Charm. And a Corpse Explosion. What? Corpse Explosion. Okay, 270. So, 1 red, 1 black, 1 other. In sorcery. Additional cost. Exile creature card from your graveyard. And then, how big was that creature? Yeah, that much damage to each creature and each planeswalker. So, if you exiled a 5-power creature, everything on the board takes 5. That's a Rouge token. Yes, I know, Rogue. Don't care. Rouge, Rogue. There's Evelyn. That's a Swamp. Big Score. Did we do you already? If we did, it was a while ago. No. Okay. To be fair, this is not a draft booster box. It's a set booster box. 1 red, 3 other. Instant. Additional cost. Discard a card. Draw 2 cards and make 2 treasures. Jetmir's Fixer. 1 red, 1 green for a 2/2. You can pay a red and a green to give it +1/+1 till end of turn. If you spent mana from a treasure, instead of being a temporary thing, that's now a +1/+1 counter. Oh yes, Gilded Pinions. Those are fun. 2 casting cost equipment with equip 2 comes in a play max treasure token. Quick creature has flying. Revelation of Power. Rawr. 1 white, 1 other, instant. +2/+2. Target creature gets +2/+2 till end of turn. If it's got a counter on it, it also gains flying and lifelink till end of turn. Tavern Swindler. We've seen them before. That's a reprint. 1 black, 1 other. for a 2/2. Tap and pay 3 life and flip a coin. And if it comes up in your favor, you gain 6 life. Psychic Pickpocket. 1 blue, 4 other for a 3/2. Enters battlefield at connives. When it connives this way, return up to 1 target non-land permanent to its owner's hand. I think people that are building bounce decks are going to play that. Like decks that are based around return stuff to owner's hand. I don't think it's going to just randomly see play somewhere, though. Oh, God. Exotic pets. 1 blue, 1 white, 1 other. So you make 2 unblockable 1/1 fish tokens. Then for each kind of counter among creatures you control, put a counter of that kind on either of those tokens. So I have a +1/+1 counter, a shield counter, and a flying counter, and a death touch counter. So now I take those 4 counters, because that's all the stuff that I've got. And I'm gonna distribute those between my 2 fishies. So maybe one gets 1/1 and +1/+1 and death touch, and the other gets shield and flying or something. Pretty tramway station. Foil Cormella, Glamour Thief. And Spiteful Repose. God. 4 S's in total. Spiteful Repossession. That's a $10 card. Deals damage, so 1 red, 4 other, sorcery. Deals damage to each opponent who controls more lands than you equal to the difference. So if I have 5 lands in play and you've got 7, you take 2. And then if you've got 8 lands in play, you take 3. Then create a number of treasure tokens equal to the damage dealt this way. So 2 from you and 3 from you, and I get 5 treasures out of it. Wow. Okay. And then what are you? Endless Detour. I don't like the way that sounds. Oh. The owner, so 1 blue, 1 white, 1 green. Instant. The owner of target spell, non-land permanent, or card in a graveyard puts it on top or bottom of their library. Yeah, I'm keeping, actually, I'll probably trade this in now and then pick up another copy later. Because I have a deck that's all based around, for EDH, that's all based around countering as much stuff as I can every turn. Fish token. So yeah, I figure, maybe. I don't know. Lagrella the Magpie. I have no idea who she is yet, but she looks cool. Fancy Mountain. Ooh, Celebrity Fancer. Oh, yes, her. I played her at the pre-release too. She was fun. 1 white, 3 other for a 3/2 Elf Druid. Oh yeah, because that felt almost tribal. Whenever another creature enters the battlefield under my control, I put a +1 counter on her. A regular body dropper. Let the bodies at the floor. Let the bodies at the floor. Girder Goons. 1 black, 4 other for 4/4. When it dies, make a tap 2/2 black rogue creature token. Blitz cost of 1 black and 3 other. Join the maestros. Yeah, whatever. 1 black, 4 other, for and casualty of 2. Create a 4/3 black ogre warrior creature token. So, it is not unreasonable to be able to have a 2-power creature on turn 1. And then on turn 5, you just go, okay. And that's a sorcery. So, okay, I've attacked, yada yada. Cool. I'm going to sacrifice this, and I'm going to make 2 4/3 tokens now. This is the Mage's Attendant that I was looking at earlier. Strange art is strange. So, 1 white, 2 other for a 3/2. Enters the battlefield. You make a 1/1 wizard token. A blue wizard token with pay 1, sack this creature, counter target non-creature spell unless its controller pays 1. It's fine. I feel that's going to be more limited fodder. Oh yes, the Rumor Gatherer. Okay. 2 white, 1 other for a 2/1. Alliance. Whenever another creature enters the battlefield under your control, scry 1. If this is the second time this ability has resolved this turn, draw a card instead. Yeah, that's going to be fun. I think that might actually make it in standard. There are people that are going to throw that in an EDH deck. We know that. Darling of the Masses. So all these citizen tokens that you keep finding now are starting to get a lord. 1 green, 1 white, 2 other, 2 4. Other citizens you control get +1/+0. So they get extra power, no toughness. And when she attacks, make a citizen token. Mr. Orfeo, the Boulder. We saw him before. Whenever you attack, double target creature's power till end of turn. Pretty Skybridge Towers. Foil Jewel Thief. It's a cat rogue, so it's a cat burglar. Got it. Widespread thieving. 360. Okay. So 1 red, 2 other. Hideaway 5. Whenever he casts a multicolored spell, create a treasure token. Then you may pay Wilburg, i.e. one of each of the 5 colors. If you do, you may play the exile card without paying its mana cost. Alright. 2.5 hours. I'm kind of surprised that I haven't hit much in terms of duplicates. But then again, not as many commons. Treasure token. Oh yes. Rogues Gallery. The leaders of the 5 various families. Planes. See, if I bought a draft booster box, it would probably take about the same amount of time to get through the same proportion. We'd hit a lot more commons than uncommons as repeats. Hold for Ransom. Basically pacifism, same mana cost, same abilities, but the enchanted creature also gets 7, hold for Ransom's controller sacrifices it and draws a card. Activate only as a sorcery. So if I throw this on your creature, you can at some point pay 7 mana, make me sacrifice this, and I draw a card to replace it. That's a very, very interesting card. Surprisingly, I might see that sneaking into the occasional modern sideboard. I don't expect it, but I wouldn't be completely surprised, because that can slow Tron down for a turn. If they've got, Wurmcoil Engine out, you basically making them spend a turn to go, hey, by the way, blow that up, I want my Wurmcoil Engine back. And they're not casting something else that's dangerous. Kill shot. 1 white, 2 other, instant, destroy target attacking creature. Has to be an instant because it's blowing up a creature in combat. I wonder if that'll actually make it in a popper. It might. Broker's Veteran. 1 blue, 1 other. 2/1. When it dies, put a shield counter on target creature you control. Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, that guy. Yeah, I can't think of a particular, I mean, it's perfectly serviceable and limited. Ceremonial Groundbreaker. 1 green, 1 white, 1 other. Equip creature gets +2/+1 and has trample. Equip costs a 3, which is fine. Equip citizen 1. That starts getting you. Hey, Naeem! Oh my God, is it Naeem or Naeem? I want to know this now. Oh my God, you've been here for almost 5 minutes and I'm just noticing you now. Naeem. Okay. Not nay. So say nay to nay. Got it. Yeah, I'm doing a booster box opening of my where's the actual box? I went and got myself a Streets of New CAPENNA set booster box, and I'm currently opening. I'm almost done this pack, and then I've got yes, I guess you're illiterate on cards. I've been playing this game for, well, good Lord. Let's just say that what's her name, Allie, might have made it into grade 1 or whatever they call it in that neck of the woods. Ooh. Well, if you ever want to know about this game, feel free to ask. I've been playing for 28 years. So probably most of the people in Allie's chat, I'm probably been playing longer than most of them have been alive. Yeah. Like I said, I'm old, I'm ancient. We all know this by now. I was making a comment earlier today that, people keep going on about how, oh my God, Pokemon, that game's still around. I remember playing that when I was, when I was in grade school or this or that or whatever. I'm like, when Pokemon came out, I was like 25. I'm like, why would I have any interest in that game at like 25 years old? And it was new. It was, I was seeing it as, you know, a game aimed towards kids that are like 6 years old or something like that. It's like, that doesn't interest me. I have Magic and I have D&D to keep me happy. What do I need this children's game for? Well, now cards that were around back then can be worth thousands of dollars. Anyway, if you're, I can give you the super short synopsis of what happens in this game, though. So basically every card, and I'll blow this one up so you can see it better. By the way, this website, this is the, you may have heard I work at a gaming store. This is the website for the store that I work at. This is, you know, this is the customer accessible version. This is not the back end. So if you notice up in the top right corner of this card, you'll see two symbols. You've got a 2 and then something that looks like a little red fireball. So that represents how much it costs to cast this card. You need to generate 3 mana. 1 has to be red in this case because that's what that fireball symbol represents. And then the other 2 can be anything else. It can be red or any of the other 5 colors, or any of the other 4 colors. In fact, if you look down here at the bottom, you actually see symbols for all 5 colors. You see the sunburst is white, the water droplet is blue, the skull for black, the fireball for red, and the tree for green. And every player starts off at 20 life. And your primary goal is to knock your opponent down to 0. There are other ways to win. That's the primary version. And unlike some games, if you come across a creature and it's got numbers in the bottom corner, they actually directly relate. Let's see if I can find one quickly. There we go. Extraction Specialist. Right down here, it's got a 3 and then a 2. The first, the 3 there is how much do I deal in combat, or other times when that's referred to as the creature's power, from other effects that require the power of the card. The 2 is how much damage can it take before it dies. And that 3 does directly relate to your own hit point total. So if this attacks and gets through unblocked, that 20 life that you had will get dropped down to 17 because you just took 3 damage. And most of you'll find a lot of these cards have got abilities that are like a word or a single short phrase that has specific definitions in the game. For example, this first line up here says lifelink. That means that whenever it deals damage to anybody, whoever controls this creature, usually the person that casts it, gains that much life. First Strike will deal combat damage before other creatures that don't have it. If a creature with First Strike deals enough to kill the other creature, that creature doesn't get a chance to hit back. You'll find a whole bunch of terms that all have meanings that are relevant during gameplay. And some of them have got like entire paragraphs to describe an ability like this one does. Some of them are actually, let's see if I can find one quickly. Some of them are actually pretty concise. Like this one. I don't know how well you're able to read that. But it says, it literally just has 4 words on it. It's a spell that has 4 words on it. Destroy target attacking creature. And we can talk about how combat works and so forth at some point. But between the rules document, which, to be fair, it's a little bit. The rules document for this is literally hundreds of pages. Oh yeah. Well, it's also more people keep complaining that they're trying to dumb down the game. The game has been around for almost 30 years because it came out in 1993. So next summer it will be 30 years old. This has got a lot to it. And you also got to remember, the Gwent game. Maybe. The Gwent game, it's designed to be like this cool little thing that you have during, that you have when you're not playing the main game. So it's a diversion from the real game, if you want to put it that way. Yeah, Gwent now has an online version. Magic the Gathering has 2 different online versions. One is if you ever watch Allie play, she primarily, if you ever watch Allie play Magic, she primarily plays on a client called Magic Arena. And the client I use more commonly is Magic the Gathering Online. And they are different. People are going to have preference for one over the other. I prefer Magic Online because it more closely emulates how you actually would play the game. You've got something that looks like a tabletop area. You've got a divider between your side of the play area and my side of the play area. You have the ability to trade cards back and forth and so on and so forth. Magic Arena is more designed like a console game. And so therefore there are certain things that it has, like the way the graphics are done and so forth. And there are certain things that it just doesn't do. It does not currently have a way to trade cards or do anything with the cards that you've... You are not moving. Why are you not moving? Like if you have extra copies of a card, or you've come up with cards that you just don't have a use for, Arena doesn't really have a way to get rid of those. Whereas Magic Online, you can turn around and trade those cards or sell them or whatever. But that version of the game is also 20 odd years old. And it's had some UI upgrades, and it's like me, it's looking older. So different people have got different preferences. I prefer that. I will play on Arena, but Magic Online also has support for actual multiplayer. Arena, the best you can do is 1v1, or 1 versus the bot. Whereas Magic Online, you can actually have a full 4-player game in it. But yeah, let's get back to these cards. We can talk later. Oh yes. So, take to the streets, 5 mana sorcery, 1 green, 4 other. Creatures you control get +2/+2 till end of turn. Citizens you control. Yeah, if you really want to know more, there's, if you can manage to download Magic Arena, and as much as I prefer Magic Online, it doesn't have a good way from what I remember seeing to learn how to play. Magic Arena has got a decent tutorial system in it. You can get into the game very simply and very easily. And if you ever want to get into the actual card game itself, there's a term gets thrown around. Again, that's what games like Magic Online and Magic Arena are for. If you ever want to get into the actual card game, either physical or online, there's a term used for Magic called formats. And what format indicates is what sets are you allowed to play and what cards in those sets are you not allowed to play. And the least expensive in general is Pauper. Pauper only allows cards that have been printed at some point at common. If you open up a standard booster pack, if you open up, like if I open up one of these, there's 12 cards in it because it's a set booster. If this was what's called a draft booster, there's 15 cards in it. 1 is rare, 3 are uncommons. The remaining, usually 11 cards. Because sometimes one of those commons is replaced by something else, like a foil or something. Are all commons. So you can just get a few packs and start building some interesting decks out of just that. Pauper, if you actually had to go, I'm going to pull up mtggoldfish.com because that is a really good resource for some of this stuff. There we go. So, is this what I want? Yeah. So go to decks, popular decks, and if you hit, so these are how much a deck would cost to play, in this case in standard. And you see that some of these decks hit like $400 or so. If I go to Pauper, the third most expensive deck, the third most commonly played deck is less than $40. It's, and all these decks, I think the most expensive in this entire list is Dimir Fairies, which is $91. That is a 60 card deck plus a 15 card sideboard, which is cards that you can, after the first game is finished, you can take cards from your sideboard, bring them in, because maybe a card that's in your main deck isn't that good in the certain matchup, but maybe a card that's in your sideboard is better for that matchup, and you go, okay, I'm going to take this one out, I'm going to put this one in instead. Like, imagine playing chess and finding that because the way your opponent plays, knights just aren't that useful, but bishops are more useful. So I'm going to take my 2 knights out and I'm going to bring in 2 extra bishops. A bit of a weird comparison, but Magic has got this malleability to it. And let's see if I can find something good here. Yeah, so this Rakdos Burn deck, yeah, in paper, you're looking at like $48 or 46.52 for this build. On Magic Online, one ticket is approximately equal to $1. It's like half the price on Magic Online. Most of these cards, because they're commons, they're cards that people mostly don't care about. You're going to want a few, like for example Duress down here, which is a card that's great for getting a card out of your opponent's hand. You're going to want a few copies of that in your collection, but you're not going to want more than like 4. At least if you're playing on Magic Online or on Arena. Which means that any extra copies people just don't care about. So a lot of this stuff that you can get for cheap. You know, if I convert this over to Magic Online pricing, you know, the most expensive card is Searing Blaze, and that's like $2, like 2 tickets and change each. The Pyroblast and the sideboard is 9 tickets. Most of the rest of these are like pennies. So if you're ever thinking that you might want to consider getting into this game, and you're worried about how much it's going to end up costing you, look into Pauper. That is the least expensive way to play it, and you can play it on Magic Online. You cannot normally play it on Arena. There are versions of it that will allow you to play it. Like there are, because Pauper allows everything from the game's entire history, from all the way back, like almost 30 years worth of cards. Magic Arena isn't old enough to have all those cards because they don't turn around and put everything on at once. They start off with like a couple of sets, and then every time a new set comes out, like in paper, they have those cards programmed in, and occasionally they produce sets specifically for that client. But it took probably 10 or 15 years for Magic Online to get to the point where you can pretty much play any format you want. Most of the cards that people care about are available on it. Compare that to Arena, which has only been out for a few years. It's going to take more time. But neither of them cost you anything to download and play. I downloaded Magic Arena. It cost me $0 to download and play. It cost me... It's one of those games that you can just simply play for free and not care. And if you don't care about being, you know, one of these people that are like, I must be the top of the standings and yada yada yada. If you don't care about that, you don't care about that. You can play it for free, and it's fine. And there are ways that you can get into it and do well and not pay anything for it. It's harder. It's definitely harder, but it is possible. And then with Magic Online, as I said, you can trade your cards around on that client. There's even bots out there that will turn around, and I don't have any use for these things anymore. I'm just going to unload these onto the bots. They will give you some kind of store credit for them, and then you can pick up other stuff. So, yeah. So if you're ever... there's also tons and tons and tons of videos out there if you want to see what it's like when people play Magic. MTG Goldfish if you ever go to their YouTube channel, take a look for videos with Saffron Olive, and you'll know it's Saffron Olive because he's got this big, giant, reddish brown beard. He's got this big beard going on, and you know it's a video with him because he's pretty good at explaining what he does as he's doing it. And if you ever jump into the Twitch chat while he's streaming, you can ask him, hey, why did you do X? And he'll explain it to you. So a lot of streamers that stream Magic are actually really, really good at explaining why they did the things they're doing. Where was I? Oh yeah, I was here. No, MTG. Yeah. Yep. Yeah. They're a really good group of people, I found. Anyway, let's get back to the rest of this because I want to try and because I've been streaming for just over 3 hours already. I still have more packs to go through. I still have all this to go through. But yeah, so yeah, Take to the Streets. It's kind of an overrun effect, except so creatures you control get +2/+2 for 1 green and 4 other. And if any of them are citizens, they get an additional +1/+1 and vigilance, which means when they're attacking, they're not tapping, which is nice. Also keep in mind that if you're looking at cards that have the Changeling ability, Changeling says they have all creature types. Citizen is a creature type. So you might want to take a look at Kaldheim and see if there's anything fun there to mix it with. Voice of the Vermin. Oh yeah, speaking of Citizen, he also happens to be a citizen. 1 green, 3 other for a 2/2. Enters battlefield with a shield counter on, which we've explained that earlier. When it attacks, target creature you control has base power and toughness 4/4 until end of turn. So if he's the only one attacking, you can make him into your 4/4. If you're attacking with other things as well, you can go, hey, and by the way, that thing is going to be attacking as though it's a 4/4. Disciplined Duelist. We've seen him before. Pretty Art is Pretty. Shattered Seraph. We've seen that one before. Another copy of Lagrella. A foil copy of Razor's Ring. And what the heck are you? Obscura Interceptor. So that's only about $1.50 currently. 1 black, 1 blue, 1 white, 1 other for a 3/1 with flash and lifelink. Oh, this thing. I got messed by this thing earlier at the pre-release. So, when it enters the battlefield, it connives. When it connives this way, return up to 1 target spell to its owner's hand. So, yeah, you're trying to cast what? Yeah, no, put that back in your hand. It's not resolving, it's just going back to your hand, and you've wasted your mana on it. Whoops. So, +1/+1 counters on that side, shield counters on that side. When they do that, that's always a nice thing to do. This is what? This is this way. Contractual Safeguard art card. The art for this game is absolutely amazing sometimes. That's a forest. Oh yeah, this thing. Maestro's Initiate. So 1 black and 2 other for a 3/1. You can, and if it's in your graveyard, you can exile it from your graveyard and pay 5 mana, one of which has to be red or blue. Draw 2 cards, then discard a card. Again, at common. You know what? I might end up throwing that into my Pop or Burn deck. I've got a mono black deck that's literally just there to throw burn at my opponent's face and kill them. 3 mana for a 3 power creature. I splash red just a touch. Just a touch. I have the ability to turn around and use that in the graveyard. Obscura Initiate. 1 blue, 2 other for a 2/2 flyer, which is par for the course these days. But in addition, I can pay 2 mana, one of which has to be white or black, to give it lifelink till end of turn. I'm telling you, the commons are getting better. Okay, here's 2 more cards that are on the same theme. They're both 1 mana they're both 1 mana creatures that have got a similar style ability. The green one is a 1 mana 1/2. I can pay 3 mana, one of which has to be red or white, to give this double strike till end of turn. That's the Cabaret Initiate. This is the guy that I said looks like Rocket Raccoon. Oh, okay, yeah, he doesn't have guns. He's got a couple of broken wine bottles in his hands. Smash! And Broker's Initiate is 1 white for 0/4 and 5 mana, one of which has to be blue or green. Give it base power and toughness 5/5 till end of turn. Okay, Sizzling Soloist. 1 red, 3 other for a 3/2 Alliance. Whenever another creature enters the battlefield under your control, target creature an opponent controls can't block this turn. So you go, okay, this is coming, this other creature came into play. You're not blocking this turn. If this is the second time this ability has resolved this turn, that creature attacks during its next. So if you do that twice in the same turn, the second creature has to attack you next turn. Sorry, well, has to attack next turn, if able. Oh yes, Luxurious Libation. 1 green plus X. Target creature gets +X/+X till end of turn. And you make a citizen token. And Naeem didn't get a chance to see these. Magic makes a lot of cards to represent. Like if they say make a token, create a token that's a certain thing, they will go out so far as to create token cards like this. So it says create a citizen token. You can use just a die or a bead or whatever. Or you can get a token like one of these and use this instead. Which is one of the things I like about it. I mean, there's a lot of things I like about this game, but, Foil Disdainful Stroke. Rocco Cabaret Caterer. We've seen you before. That's the normal version. We've seen the Nimble Larcenist. If it was red, it would definitely be an Arsonist. Spara's Adjudicators, we've seen you. Rafine's Tower. 12 bucks and change. Will probably, after a couple of months, go down a bit, but I don't see that changing price much. And that's Esper. And for a change, something that's not a code card or anything, this just gives... This is just interesting games and stuff. Ooh, okay. That's of Nixilis. That's the full art card version of him. Foil basic land. Halo Scarab. I don't think we've had you yet. So many commons that we haven't hit yet. So 2 mana, 2/1. I really like this guy. Pay 2 and exile it from your graveyard to create a treasure token. Just all the extra mana that you can get from treasure tokens is really not... Okay, and of course, the next card in here. Majestic Metamorphosis. 1 blue, 2 other, instant. Until end of turn, target artifact or creature becomes a 4/4 angel artifact creature and gains flying. Draw a card. So that Halo Scarab, the treasure token that you can get from that, you can then turn around and then till end of turn make it into a 4/4 angel and get an extra card out of that. That's hilarious. Oh yes, Inspiring Overseer. 1 white, 2 other for a 2/1 flyer. Comes into play, you draw a card and you gain 1 life. White is getting a decent amount of card draw lately. That's one of the things White has been lacking in for a long time. Actual playable card draw. Now we're getting a bunch of it. I'm really happy about that. Freelance Muscle. So 1 green, 4 other for 4/4. When it attacks or blocks, it gets +X/+X till end of turn, where X is the greatest power and or toughness among other creatures you control. So if you've got this and say a 3/5, well, 5 toughness is, and nothing else is bigger than that, then it's going to get +5/+5 and it's going to attack with like 9 power. Metropolis Angel. 1 white, 1 blue, 2 other, 3/1 flying. Whenever you attack with 1 or more creatures with counters on them, draw a card. It doesn't matter what kind of counters they are. It just cares that it's a counter. It can be a -1/-1 counter. You're attacking with a creature with a counter on it? Cool. Draw a card. You would have to build a deck around something like that. 3/1 for 4. It might make it in a standard. It might make it. Vampire Scrivener. Oh, yes. Vampire Scrivener. This is another one of those weird life payoff things. But this is the 1 black, 4 other for a 2/2 flyer. In and of itself, meh. But whenever you gain life during your turn, put +1 counter on this guy. Whenever you lose life during your turn, put +1 counter on it. So as long as it's your turn, if your life total changes, because don't forget too, damage dealt to a player converts into losing that much life. So this can... Wow. This in combination with Pestilence. Okay, I'm in. I'm up for it. Pestilence does this. So basically, Pestilence turns around and says, every time I pay a black mana, I can give, I can deal 1 damage to each creature and each player. Which means that every time I pay a black mana, I'm taking damage. And so is that thing. But then the damage resolves, and that thing gets a +1/+1 counter, so it will survive through that. And it'll still have more power on top of that. Wow, that's going to get silly. Yeah. And then, at the end of turn, if it hasn't died, all the damage comes off it. And it's full power on the next player's turn. Grisly Sigil. Or Sigil. Sigil. 1 black, sorcery with casualty of 1. Choose target creature or planeswalker. Oh, right, this thing. If it was dealt non-combat damage this turn, Grisly Sigil deals 3 damage to it and you gain 3 life. Otherwise, deals 1 damage to it and you gain 1 life. I wish that was common so I could throw that in. Okay. Good luck. I hope you're... Tell me you're using DDU for that. I'll open up another tab. This thing. Tell me you're using this thing. Because if you need to reinstall your drivers, you want to download it. Ideally, run it in safe mode, and it will clear out. You tell it you want all your AMD graphics drivers uninstalled, it will pull them out. Just pull everything out, leaving nothing behind. A lot of programs have a tendency of leaving crap behind. This will kill it. And then you can go and reinstall it, and hopefully everything works better after all, or afterward. If it's not a program you're aware of, literally all I did was I typed in DDU into Google search and it came up. Pretty version of Botanical Plaza. I have a bunch of those now. Crew Captain. Yep, we've had her before. Foil printing of Cormella, Glamour Thief. And Shadow of Mortality. Oh, yes, this thing. This is the weird... Shadow of Mortality. What do you mean, no? Oh, right. That thing. So it's $1.50. It's a 7/7 for 2 black plus 13. If your life total is less than your starting life total, this costs X less to cast, where X is the difference. So, in a typical format like Standard, Modern, etc., etc., if you are below 20 life, let's say you're at 16, then if you're at 16, you're 4 life lower than your starting life total, so this will cost 4 less. So instead of costing 15, it'll cost 11. The ideal situation is that you're at 13 life less than your starting life total, which means you pay 2 black for a 7/7 at that point. In Commander, you're starting off with 40 life, so you can be at 27 and pay 2 black for a 7/7. That's going to be another like Death Shadow type card. That I think might make it into Pioneer. based on something like that. Just mitigate, keep an eye on how much you're... But the thing is, it only cares about casting it. Unlike Death Shadow, whose size varies and goes up and down based on... whose size goes up and down based on your current life total. This just turns around and goes, yeah, by the way, it costs this much. Writ of Return art card. Pretty Island. Botanical Plaza. We've got Spurs Adjudicators. We've got the Psionic Snoop. We got Celestial Regulator. We got that one. Cleanup Crew. I am happy I have one now. 2 green, 4 other for 6/6. Enters the battlefield. Choose one. Destroy target artifact. Destroy target enchantment. Exile target card from a graveyard. Gain 4 life. That is going into Dosan, which is a mono green control deck. Stimulus package. 1 green, 1 red, 2 other enchantment. Enters battlefield, make 2 treasures, so it's kind of only a 2-drop. Sack a treasure, make a citizen token. Security rocks. 1 green, 1 red, 2 other for 5/4. You can cast it for 2, the 1 red and 1 green, but only if you spent mana from treasures to do it. Bouncer's Beatdown. We now have the green card that wants to target black. It's not only good against black, but wants to target black. Oh, wow. That's also might be going into Dosan. Bouncer's Beatdown deals X damage to target creature or planeswalker, where X is the greatest power among creatures you control. If that creature or planeswalker would die this turn, exile it instead. Wow. Riveteer's Charm. Foil Mass Bandits. Welcome back, Naeem. Raffine Scheming Seer. 840. Not bad, not bad. 1 white, 1 blue, 1 black for a, was that a 1/4? Yeah, 1/4. Flying and Ward 1. Ward, for those that aren't familiar. Oh my god, you're Sphinx Demon. Oh, you're going into my deck. I have way too many decks on the go right now. This is going into my Sharoon Sphinx bidding deck. So Ward 1 basically means that if an opponent would try and target it with something, you counter whatever they're trying to target it with. Way too many. Like, probably tens of thousands by now. Yeah, the spell or ability or whatever they're trying to target with is countered unless they pay an extra mana. Whenever you attack, target attacking creature connives X, where X is the number of attacking creatures. Which means you draw that many cards, discard that many cards, and then for each non-land that you discarded, you put a +1/+1 counter on the enchanted on that creature. Nightfall Alchemist. Bjorn, Nightfall. Get back here. Alchemist is who? What do you mean no? Bjorn, Nightfall, Alchemist. Who are you? Lucas the Sharpshooter. Okay. So, 350. So he's fairly cheap. Or actually, in this case, she. 1 blue, 1 red to cast for a 1/3. Tap, sack an artifact. Deals 1 damage to target creature. Goad that creature. I have to reread what goad does. Until your next turn, that creature attacks each combat if able, and attacks a player other than you if able. And then, of course, it's got Friends Forever because, again, it's a reprint. Well, it's based on... It's the magicized version of the cards from the Stranger Things Secret Lair and any of the legendary creatures there had Friends Forever. Ooh. Angel of Suffering. Swamp. Riveteer's Initiate. I think we did that one already. That one you pay 2 to give it Death Touch. Oh my god. Is this actually the first time we've hit these cards? So there's a cycle of cards, 1 for each of the families, that are basic lands, that are kind of like Evolving Wilds and Terramorphic Expanse. But instead of being a activated ability, it's a triggered ability. Riveteer's Outlook and Cabaret Courtyard are 2 of them. So, when this card enters the battlefield, sacrifice it. When you do, search your library for a basic land of the appropriate type for the appropriate family. So, for example, Riveteers, you get a swamp, a mountain, or a forest. Cabaret, you get a mountain, forest, or plains. Put that land onto the battlefield tapped, then shuffle, and you gain 1 life. Oh yeah, Venom Connoisseur. Such a weird card. It's a human druid Venom Weird. Okay, so 2 mana for a 2/2. Never another creature enters the battlefield. So again, it's got the alliance thing. This gains Death Touch till end of turn. If this is the second time this ability has resolved this turn, all creatures you control gain Death Touch till end of turn. Really good card. Weird. Angelic Observer. So 1 green, 5 other for a 3/3 flyer. But for each citizen you control, it costs 1 less to cast it. Swooping Protector. 1 white, 3 other for a 2/1 flash flyer. Enters the battlefield with a shield counter on it. So it's like, yeah, I'm going to jump in. I'm going to block that, stop that from going through. Razor's Ring. Broker's Charm. Have we done the Broker's Charm? Yes, we did the Broker's Charm. Ooh. Foil Prize Fight. Ah, there we go. I don't remember if we did that. Yes, we did. Henzi Toolbox Tori. That's almost a $6 card. 1 black, 1 green, 1 other for 3/3. Each creature spell you cast with mana value 4 or greater has Blitz. Blitz equal to its mana cost. Blitz costs you pay cost 1 less for each time you've cast it. For each time you've cast your commander from the command zone in this game. Wow. Okay. So that's going to be... People are going to build that as its own deck. Xander's Lounge, again, upwards of around the same price. It's in that $12 range. Exquisite Blood. Boop. From that one's Jumpstart. This one is The List, which is slightly more. That's a $44 card. And every printing of it is around the same price. Do I trade that in? How many do we have right now? One. Whenever the opponent loses life. No. No, I gotta keep that one. Yeah, no, I've got about 40 decks on the go. Yeah, 40 on the go for one specific format, and each deck in that format wants 100 cards to it. So there's a dog token. Here's a little chat. Wind. Skybridge Towers, we can talk. Skycrawler. Oh yeah, this guy. They're in various stages. They're anywhere from like barely started to, I would say the average is probably like a third. So 40, so probably 1,300 cards there as a guess. And then I've just got stacks of cards all over the place. Skycrawler, 1/1 flying lifelink, and you can pay 1 white and 3 other to make you and target opponent each draw a card. Dapper Shieldmate, I don't remember if we've had that one before. I don't think so. 1 white, 2 other, 2/2 enters with a shield counter on it. And as long as it's your turn, it gets +2/+0. Broker's Hideout, another one of those lands from that cycle. This one gets a forest, plains, or island. Windshield Agent, 3 mana, so 1 blue, 2 other for a 2/3, enters with a shield counter. When it attacks, up to 1 other target creature gains flying till end of turn. So this in and of pretty much every card that I've seen that says, hey, when I attack, you know, something else gains flying. Whatever the other thing, you know, whatever's giving it already has flying. This is the first time I think I've seen it where it doesn't. Illuminator Virtuoso. 1 white, 1 other for a 1/1 double strike. Okay, something else to throw enchantments on. Whenever it yes, 1,000 times yes. Whenever Illuminator Virtuoso becomes the target of a spell you control, it connives. Yes. Torch Breath. Don't remember if we did that one yet, either. 1 red plus... wait, you want to hit blue. I think we did you. Yes, we did. We did that one. Huzzah. Mass Bandits, we did. You belong over on this side. Another copy of Cormella. I've got so many of her. A Foil Bouncer's Beatdown. Have I only got foil of those? And a Getaway car. It seems so weird typing, you know, looking for Getaway car. So weird looking for cards that have, like, you know, a modern-esque kind of name to it. Like between that and what were you called? Neon Dynasty. So 3 mana vehicle 4/3 with haste and a crew of 1. Whenever it attacks or blocks, return up to 1 target creature that crewed it this turn to its owner's hand. So that's the kind of card that you're going to want when you want to be able to keep recurring certain cards. Like if you're going, hypothetically, if you're going mono brown and you crew it with Meteor Golem. Yeah, and I get to replay Meteor Golem next turn. And I get to do it again. Sure, it costs me 7 mana each time, but I'm constantly blowing something up every turn. Yeah, that's going into the colorless deck. Skyboon Evangelist. Pretty Forest. Obscure Storefront, Maestro's Theater. That's the other two from that cycle. Paragon of Modernity. 4 mana for 2/2 with flying. Oh! Oh my god. Okay. So 3, colon. Oh, okay, this is not what I thought it was. 3, colon. Paragon of Modernity gets +1/+1 till end of turn. If exactly 3 colors of mana were spent to activate this ability, it's a +1 counter instead. Okay, I'll probably find a home for it somewhere. It's a artifact Angel Warrior. Corpse Appraiser. Yeah, we did you. Rogue's Gallery. Now we get the actual card, not just the art card. 1 black, 2 other sorcery. For each color, return up to 1 target creature card of that color from your graveyard to your hand. You can potentially get 5 cards back from your graveyard. When it's normally 1/1, you know, suddenly being able to go, I've got a black-green card, I've got a black-blue card, I've got a green-blue card. Well, they're, and they're all in the graveyard. I'll count 1 as black, I'll count 1 as blue, I'll count 1 as green, I'll get 3 back. Thank you. Another copy of Cormella. My god, we got so many of her. Oh yeah, I forgot my citizen token. Glamorous Outlaw. Very much gives me the Catwoman vibe. Oh, you go here. Cabaret Charm. Did we do that one? Yes, we did that one. Nope, you go here. A foil Daring Escape. Raffine's Tower. We did you already. Alright, that's too much hunting. I got this one. Whoops. That's like $37. That one's getting traded in. Because, I mean, when the regular version is like 1/3 the price. And then Bootlegger's Stash. Holy cow! Okay. I'll have to get back to you on that one. I'm not sure if I'm keeping that one or trading it in. That is silly. Just giving all your lands the ability to go tap. I'm going to make a treasure now. You can store up so much mana, and that's a card that you can play. It's green. You can play that on turn 4. Jetmir, next, Yeah, Nexus. I did read that right. Of Revels. Pretty Plains. Civic Gardener. Oh. Oh, he's grumpy. 1 green, 1 other, 2/2, human citizen. When he attacks, untap target creature or land. So he, in and of himself, can have vigilance. I've told you knuckleheads 100 times. You can kill him here, but bury the bodies somewhere else. If you disturb my prized azaleas again, you better dig a second hole for yourself. Grumpy. Definitely grumpy. Civil Servant. 1 green, 1 other for a 2/3. When it attacks, you may tap another untapped citizen you control. If you do, this gets +1/+0 and lifelink till end of turn. Still say that it's trying to be Watchwolf at common. A second Gathering after all these. That's only my second Gathering Throng. Rakish Revelers. Calling a Professional. We got that one. That's my second one of those. Rafine Silencer. We got that. Whack. We got that one. Night Clubber. Yep. Fancy Rakish Revelers. Foil Cabaret Courtyard. Oh, good lord. Okay. Broker's Ascendancy. That's it? 1 green, 1 blue, and 1 white. Enchantment. At the beginning of your end step, put +1 counter on each creature you control and a loyalty counter on each planeswalker you control. Wow. That should be a 4 of. This is not a card I remember seeing. Where are you from? Oh, you're from... You're Zendikar Rising Commander. Whisper, Steel. I've seen this name before. But this one is from the list, and it's $1 rare. So, 1 black, 2 other. Equipment. With an equip cost of 3. A quick creature gets +2/+0. Whenever a quick creature deals combat damage to a player, you may cast a creature spell from that player's graveyard this turn, and you may spend mana as... I get to cast creatures out of the graveyard of whoever I'm hitting. Nice. Alright. I am down to the pack I am opening and 4 more. Treasure token. Ooh, I can't remember what you're called. Extravagant Replication. Pretty forced. Oh. Yes, this is going into... This is going to make it into Pauper in a heartbeat. For the family, 1 green, instant. I mean, it depends on the kind of deck that you've got. You're not putting it in the kind of deck that's like, Infect, where you've got like 1 or 2 creatures. Now you're putting this into something a bit more like, you may put it into something like Elves, or something of that line, where you have a bunch of creatures you're trying to spread out. 1 green instant, target creature gets +2/+2 till end of turn. I mean, it's still good enough for Infect, in my opinion, from that. If you control 4 or more creatures, that creature gets +4/+4 until end of turn instead. It's going to manage to find a way somehow into Pauper. Somewhere it's going to make it. Speakeasy Server. 1 white, 4 other for a 3/3 flyer. Enters battlefield, gain a life for each other creature you control. Might actually be worth playing in Pauper. I don't know if you go Abzan or whatever, but a Pauper life deck. Revel Ruiner. I don't remember seeing her. Nope. So 1 black, 3 other for a 3/1 with menace. When it enters the battlefield, it connives. So it's not unrealistically going to be a 4/2 with menace for 4 mana. Boon of Safety. The next card in the line of protect this creature till end of turn. 1 white instant. Put a shield counter on target creature. Scry 1. Fairy Vandal we've had. Hypnotic Grifter we've had. Illicit Shipment we've had. Rocco we've had. Waterfront District we've had. Nimble Larcenist we've had. Sanguine Spy. $2 and change. 1 black, 2 other for a 2/3 with menace and lifelink. Which just might be better than flying, at least aggressively. Pay 1, sack another creature. Look at the top card of your library. You may put that card in your graveyard. So basically surveil 1. At the beginning of your end step, if there are 5 or more mana values among cards in your graveyard, you may pay 2 life, which is its power and it's got lifelink. If you do, draw a card. Okay. Almost done. Wow. Finally, an Ogre Warrior token. And be fair, it's not exactly common to make those. That is island from an art, or art from one of the islands. Milton, Waterfront District, got it. Snooping Newsy, I don't think we've had you. One black, 1 blue for a 2/2. Enters battlefield, mill 2 cards, and I'm about to sneeze. Sorry, I haven't got anything I can snag quickly and easily, so I can mute the sneeze. As long as there are 5 or more mana values, and so as long as you've got enough different costs, thank you, in your graveyard. This has got +1/+1 lifelink, so it's going to be a 3/3 lifelink for 2 mana. All you have to do is have enough different costs in your graveyard. Tramway Station, got it. CAPENNA Express, I think we did that one already. Tainted Indulgence, I know we did that one. Syndicate Infiltrator, yes, we did that one. Suspicious Bookcase, we did that one. Maestro's Charm, we did that one. Botanical Plaza, we did that one. Foil Knockout Blow. And what are you? Yada, or Jada, or whatever. Font of Hope. Oh, this thing! Oh my god, I need her. I'm so glad I got her. So, 1 white, 1 other for 2/2 Flying Vigilance. Each other angel you control enters the battlefield with an additional +1 counter on it for each angel you already control. Tap. Add a white to your mana pool. Spend only to cast an angel spell. My god. Oh. That's so sweet. Oh my god! It's a Tiger's Horde! Roar! I got 2 turntables and a tiger sword. Yeah, I think I'm only going to be on a few more minutes. And there's the devil token. My first devil... No. Yeah. Oh my god. That devil token is adorable. Let's see if that works. Nope. Nope. CAPENNA? No, I has a set. Alright. Double token. SNC. No. Okay. Streets of New CAPENNA Devil Token card. Really want to get a good image of it. There we go. Open image in new tab. That is adorable. I don't care. I think I want all my devil tokens to be those from now on. Yeah, okay. That's the Venom Connoisseur. Oh yeah, go back to this. Pretty Mountain. Backup agent, I don't remember doing. 1 green, 1 other. For it's basically an iron shell beetle and a few other things. 1 white, 1 other for a 1/1. Enters battlefield, put +1 counter on target creature. Has the creature type citizen, so might actually be relevant in, you know, if people are actually trying to build citizens in standard or whatever. Backstreet Bruiser. 1 blue, 1 other for a 3/3 with defender. As long as there are 2 or more counters among creatures you control, it can attack as though it didn't have defender. I think that might actually sneak in a standard. I think if somebody's turning around and building a deck that's based on, oh, what do you call it? Modify or something like that. It'll work. Raffine's Informant. 1 white, 1 other, 2/1 enters battlefield at connives, so it can potentially be a 3/2 for 2 mana. Raffine's Guidance. Again, that's going to end up seeing play in Paupers, so you can cast, because you can pay it. You can pay 3 mana to recast it from your graveyard. 3 consecutive charms. Did that one, did that one. Yeah, did all 3 of them. I think I've done all 5 by now. Riveteer's Charm. Fancy version. Yep, did that one. Foil Fancy Skybridge Towers. Oh, we've done this card, but not this version of it. Shadow of Mortality. Oh, you're barely even $4. I guess because it's hard to make it work well. Whoops, I missed one. And then Horde Hauler. A buck and change. 1 red, 3 other for 5/5 trampling vehicle with crew 3. Deals combat damage to a player. Create a treasure token for each artifact they control. Okay. Just for lulz, what are you as a foil? How are you not? Which is going to be what, like 6 US or thereabouts? Yeah. Jeez. I expect this card to go up. I really do. Alright. I have this pack, and I have 1 pack left. So, treasure token. Dun, 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 dun. Vivian of the Hunt. Yeah, she looks ready to go on hunt. His land. Gilded Pinions did it. Strangle. Yep, did it. Kodaya Strongarm did it. Graveyard Shift did it. Forge Boss did it. Fatal Grudge did it. Fancy Skybridge Towers. Fancy Racer's Ring. Fancy Broker's Charm. A foil Jetmir's Fixer. Oh, this guy. Jetmir, Nexus of Rebels. 860. Yeah, it seems about right. 1 green, 1 red, 1 white, 1 other for 5/4. He doesn't have any abilities of his own. No, he gives other stuff abilities. Creatures you control get +1/+0 and have vigilance as long as you control 3 or more creatures. Not 3 or more others, and not other creatures you control. All this affects him as well, and he counts. Creatures you control also get +1/+0 and have trample as long as you control 6 or more creatures. Creatures you control also get +1/+0 and have double strike as long as you control 9 or more creatures. So if you've got 9 creatures on the board, they're all getting +3/+0, vigilance, trample, and double strike. Wow. Alright. Last pack. Treasure token. This is this way. Tivit, Seller of Secrets. Foil Swamp. Deal Gone Bad. I don't remember doing this one either. 1 black, 3 other instant. Target creature. Nope, I did this one early on. Target creature mills 3 and target player target creature gets -3/-3. Target player mills 3. Run Out of Town did it. Demon's Due did it. Pugnacious Pugilist did it. Parsludge Arsonist did it. Glittering Stockpile did it. Obscure Charm did it. Brazen Upstart Fancy did it. Rakish Revelers did it. foil sticky fingers. And the last card from all this is big. Well, in terms of like physical size. Soul of Emancipation. And it's $1 rare. 1 green, 1 white, 1 blue, 4 other. It's a 5/7 avatar. Oh, what? Enters the battlefield. Destroy up to 3 other non-target, 3 other target non-land permanents. For each of those permanents, its controller creates a 3/3. So it's basically a triple beast with it. It's like a Terastodon, except it can't hit lands, and they're 3/3 flying angels instead of 3/3 beasts. And it's a 5/7. And it can't target itself, which is hilarious. Alright, well that was interesting. So, out of the stuff that's really big, you guys so let's just look up this small handful of cards first. Bootlegger's Stash is 48. Raffine's Tower is 36. 48, we'll call it 37. 48 and 37 is 85. Exquisite Blood. So 85, 89, 139. Spurs Headquarters. 139. 176. Adversary. 176. 276. 178, 188, 98, 208, 218. So between those 6 cards, I got about roughly 200 US retail. I think I did okay, considering the box would have cost me CAPENNA set booster. $150. Let's see if that... No, it doesn't switch. Okay. 150. So it's about 120. So those 6 cards are... I might be able to get a second box out of that. Well, again, that's like $250. I think I'm going to keep the Exquisite Blood. 250. Exquisite Blood was... So it's still $200 for these guys. And yeah. Alright. I think that is it for tonight. It is later than I expected because I also started later than I expected. But, well, that was a fun time. I am off. We will hopefully get to do this again. I don't know. We'll figure out when I get to stream again next time. In the meantime, look after yourselves, everybody. Hope you have fun next time you get a chance to look at the set. And enjoy the rest of the weekend. Good night.